Chapter 835. You want to run? Do you think it's that easy? Yi Hao used steps of gale, jumped up, and punched the back of the man in black. Fart. The man in black spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Speak. Who sent you here? Yi Hao looked at the man in black coldly and demanded. Mph, you want to know who I am? Impossible. The man in black looked at Yi Hao unwillingly, but his tone was firm. I know him. I've heard his voice before. He's one of the eldest princess's men. Zhao Ling walked over and said sternly. When the man in black heard Zhao Ling, his expression changed and he panicked. If that's the case, you can go now. Yi Hao heard Zhao Ling and was about to punch the man in black. No, don't. When the man in black saw that Yi Hao was about to kill him, he begged for mercy in fear. Wait a minute. He's still useful. Zhao Ling immediately said to Yi Hao. As long as you swear to be loyal to me, I can spare your life. Zhao Ling said. I. When the black-clothed man heard Zhao Ling's words, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Millimeter. When Yi Hao saw the hesitation on the man's face, he couldn't help but say, millimeter. The threat in his tone was self-evident. The man in black looked at Yi Hao with fear. He quickly swore to be loyal to Zhao Ling. Speak. What's your name? What did the first princess send you here for? After hearing the black-clothed man's oath, Zhao Ling relaxed and asked. Cough, cough. The man in black coughed violently and struggled to stand up. Reporting to the third princess, this lowly one is called Wu Gui. Her Highness the first princess sent this lowly one to monitor the third princess, Wu Gui hurriedly said. Spying on me? Why are you monitoring me? Zhao Ling asked with a frown. Her Highness the first princess means that now that the groom selection tournament is approaching, she's afraid that something might go wrong. That's why she sent me to monitor Her Highness the third princess, Wu Gui continued. After listening to Wu Gui, Zhao Ling nodded and asked, when did she ask you to report back? Eldest princess asked me to keep an eye on third princess for the next few days. If there's anything unusual, I'll report to her. If there's nothing unusual, I'll stay by your side. Wu Gui replied honestly. All right, you can stay by my side for the next few days. Yes. When Wu Gui heard Zhao Ling's words, he immediately nodded. Seeing that Wu Gui had sided with Zhao Ling, Yi Hao took out a blood marshal pill and tossed it to Wu Gui. This is for you. Heal your wounds first. Cough, cough. Thank you, young master. Wu Gui hurriedly took the pill and thanked him. Although the injuries that Yi Hao had inflicted on him weren't serious, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month to recover on his own. Wu Gui took the pill and immediately swallowed it. He began to recover. Thank you. Zhao Ling looked at Yi Hao and thanked him sincerely. When he thought about how he had misunderstood Yi Hao, Zhao Ling felt a little embarrassed. All right, we're partners. This is what I should do. The barbecue is ready. Hurry up and eat, Yi Hao said nonchalantly. After all, he didn't know who Wu Gui was at first. He thought that Wu Gui had come for him. However, he didn't expect that Wu Gui had come for Zhao Ling. As for capturing Wu Gui, it was a piece of cake. Yi Hao walked over to the barbecue and started grilling it. Is it really just a partnership? Logically speaking, when Yi Hao said this, Zhao Ling should be happy. However, Zhao Ling didn't know why he wasn't happy. Instead, he felt a little disappointed when he heard Yi Hao's words. Sister Ling, why are you still standing there like a fool? The barbecue is ready. If you don't come, it'll be finished. Bai Yuna suddenly said. Oh, I'm coming. Zhao Ling interrupted his thoughts and quickly walked over. Ah, it smells so good. Zhao Ling smelled the aroma of the barbecue and threw all his thoughts to the back of his mind. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, Zhao Ling's stomach started growling. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhao Ling's embarrassed look. Although Bai Yuna didn't want to laugh, when she saw Yi Hao laughing, she also covered her mouth and laughed. I'm really too hungry. Zhao Ling blushed and explained embarrassedly. Also, you're not allowed to laugh. Zhao Ling said angrily when he saw Yi Hao actually daring to make fun of him. Okay, I won't laugh. Yi Hao looked at Zhao Linger's cute appearance and said with a smile. And you, girl, you actually dared to make fun of me. Watch how I'll deal with you. Zhao Linger finished speaking and scratched Bai Yuna's armpit. Don't, Sister Linger, I was wrong. Brother Yi also laughed. You should teach him a lesson. Bai Yuna quickly smiled and begged for mercy. When Zhao Linger heard Bai Yuna's words, he looked at Yi Hao and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I'll teach him a lesson. It's good enough that he doesn't teach me a lesson. When he thought of Yi Hao's strength, Zhao Linger knew that he was definitely not a match for Yi Hao. Zhao Linger immediately picked up a piece of barbecued meat and began to eat, looking at Yi Hao while eating. Why are you looking at me? Is it because looking at me is more appetizing? Looking at Zhao Linger's gaze, Yi Hao couldn't help but tease him. Why are you looking at me too? Is there a flower on my face? Yi Hao turned his head and found that Bai Yuna was also looking straight at him. This made Yi Hao feel a little scared. There's no flower on your face, but there's a lot of dust. Zhao Linger said with a smile. Is that so? Yi Hao looked at Bai Yuna doubtfully. When Bai Yuna saw Yi Hao's inquiry, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she immediately nodded mechanically. How could Yi Hao not know that Zhao Linger was teasing him? The two of you actually want to gang up and lie to me. Yi Hao put down the barbecued meat in his hand and scratched their armpits. Sister Yuna, run. Zhao Linger grabbed Bai Yuna and began to run, but he didn't forget about the barbecued meat in his hand. Yi Hao didn't use his strength. He chased after them purely as if he was fooling around. One had to know that since he came to the ancient demons, the string in his mind had been stretched taut. This was also the first time he had relaxed. After all, he had a group of men around him. He couldn't fool around like this even if he wanted to. Haha, Yi Hao, why don't you chase after us? Looking at Yi Hao behind him, Zhao Linger couldn't help but laugh and provoke him. Wu Gui, who was at the side, was also stunned when she saw this scene. Chapter 836. Yi Hao, you have to come with me to the palace to meet my father, Zhao Linger said to Yi Hao after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Why are you going to meet your parents so early? Yi Hao teased. Mitch, you wish. Zhao Linger rolled his eyes at Yi Hao when he heard Yi Hao's words. Then why do I have to meet your father so early? Yi Hao looked at Zhao Linger. There were still a few days before the contest for a spouse would begin. Yi Hao didn't want to have too much contact with the emperor of the Qianyuan kingdom. After all, he had attacked the Rain Domain and killed the dean of the Qianyuan Academy. Who knew if the emperor would come looking for trouble with him? Of course, if Emperor Qianyuan really came looking for trouble with him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, with Huang Zhong's strength, he could do whatever he wanted in the Qianyuan kingdom. The dean of the Qianyuan Academy is a citizen of the Qianyuan kingdom. Now that he has been killed by your men, I have to report this matter to my father. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there will be trouble, Zhao Linger explained. What? Brother Yi Hao, you actually killed the dean? The dean is so powerful. How did you kill him? Bai Yuna exclaimed in shock when she heard Zhao Linger. When he saw Bai Yuna's shocked and adorable expression, Yi Hao patted Bai Yuna's head. All right, I'll go with you. However, don't blame me if we encounter anything unpleasant, Yi Hao said to Zhao Linger as he patted Bai Yuna's head. After all, if someone wanted to attack him in the palace, he definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Don't worry, my father still dotes on me. Moreover, you killed the dean of Qianyuan Academy. My father should be happy, Zhao Linger suddenly said with a smile. Looks like there's a story behind this. Hearing Zhao Linger's words, Yi Hao nodded meaningfully. From the very beginning, he had guessed that there must be something wrong. Otherwise, even if Zhao Linger asked him for help, the person he killed was a demon emperor of the Qianyuan kingdom. Zhao Linger didn't care. Logically speaking, the value of a demon emperor was much higher than that of a princess. If Zhao Linger was smart, he would definitely cut ties with her. Otherwise, if the Qianyuan kingdom took action, Zhao Linger would not be able to escape the blame. However, from the very beginning, Zhao Linger did not seem to care about this matter at all. Moreover, from the fact that the dean of Qianyuan Academy dared to ignore Zhao Linger's words and wanted to kill him, It could be seen that the dean of Chenyuan Academy didn't put the royal family in his eyes. Otherwise, no matter what, Zhao Linga represented the royal family's face. The dean of Chenyuan Academy couldn't not give him any face at all. This could only mean that there was something fishy going on. It could even be said that there was already a rift between the royal family of Chenyuan Kingdom and the dean of Chenyuan Academy. It was just that both sides knew about it but did not reveal it. Since this was the case, Yi Hao was even more confident that he could meet the emperor of Chenyuan Kingdom. After all, he had killed the dean of Chenyuan Academy. The emperor of Chenyuan Kingdom should be thanking him. Aside from this matter, there was the rain domain. Yi Hao firmly believed that the emperor of Chenyuan Kingdom wouldn't do anything to him because of a mere rain domain. Because if the emperor wanted to make a move on him, he would have to consider Huang Zhong first. Since the emperor of Chenyuan Kingdom didn't even dare to deal with the dean of Chenyuan Academy, a mere third-order demon emperor. That only meant that the emperor of Chenyuan Kingdom was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Their true strength was definitely not that strong. Let's go. Yi Hao looked at the sky and said to Zhao Linga. Oh, okay. Zhao Linga quickly got up when he heard Yi Hao's words. Yi Hao handed Bai Yuna over to the various family heads. After all, he didn't know if there would be any danger in the royal palace. It would be inconvenient to bring Bai Yuna along. On the other hand, handing Bai Yuna over to the various family heads would be safer and he wouldn't have to be distracted. Following which, Yi Hao and Zhao Linga headed towards Chenyuan City. There was still a certain distance between Chenyuan City and Chenyuan Academy. As for Huang Zhong, he was left behind by Yi Hao to protect everyone. Who is it? Yi Hao and Zhao Linga rushed for nearly an hour before they arrived at Chenyuan City. However, they were stopped by a group of guards when they arrived at Chenyuan City. They are all devil emperors. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the guards' cultivation. This was the royal palace after all. Even the guards were devil emperors. It's me. Zhao Linga's voice was cold as she took out her identity token. Ah, greetings to third princess. The guards quickly saluted when they saw Zhao Linga's identity token. Let's go. Zhao Linga said to Yi Hao and the two of them walked into the city. After entering the city, the two of them continued to move forward. This was merely the outer city while the royal palace was located in the inner city. The two of them walked for another half a day before they finally arrived at Chenyuan Royal City. Who are you? This is a restricted area of the royal palace. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Before the two of them could reach Chenyuan Royal City, the aura of a demon rushed towards them. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Zhao Linga said coldly when she sensed the aura rushing towards her. Third princess. When the demon heard Zhao Linga's voice, he immediately retracted his aura and walked towards Zhao Linga. Greetings to third princess. When the demon saw Zhao Linga, he immediately saluted. He then looked at Yi Hao and asked, Third princess, who is this? This is my friend. Zhao Linga replied. It is already the night curfew. It is not appropriate for this young master to enter the royal palace. When the demon heard Zhao Linga's words, he said awkwardly, This is my princess token. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Zhao Linga took out her token and said, Yes. When the demon saw the princess token in Zhao Linga's hand, he immediately made way for them. When the demon saw Zhao Linga and Yi Hao enter the royal palace, he immediately called for a guard and said, Go and report to the second princess that the third princess has brought a strange man back to the palace. Yes. When the guard heard the demon's words, he immediately left. How is it? The security of the royal palace is quite tight. After entering the royal palace, Zhao Linga looked at Yi Hao and asked. Yi Hao nodded but did not say anything. Along the way, they saw many patrol teams. Most of them were demon emperors and a few of them were demon primes. These people were not bad. However, they were useless in front of Yi Hao. Although the demon primes were more powerful than him, the demon primes were still useless in front of spiritual stones. Zhao Linga brought Yi Hao to her bedroom and said to Yi Hao, Wait for me in my bedroom. I will go and see if my father is resting. Chapter 837. Father, are you asleep? Zhao Ling walked to Emperor Qinyuan's palace and walked directly into Emperor Qinyuan's bedroom. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of a desk in the bedroom, dealing with documents. When he heard the noise, he immediately put down the documents in his hands. "You little girl, I knew you would come." Emperor Qinyuan looked at Zhao Ling. Emperor Qinyuan laughed. "Tell me, why did you bring that young man back to the palace?" Emperor Qinyuan looked at Zhao Ling. "I can't hide anything from you, father." Zhao Ling stuck out her tongue. "Haha, someone came to report to me just now." Emperor Qinyuan looked at Zhao Ling. "Oh yes, what's going on at Qinyuan Academy? Why did you send someone back and ask me not to bother about it?" "Father, you should know that the old man, the dean of Qinyuan Academy, is dead, right?" Zhao Ling looked at Emperor Qinyuan. Emperor Qinyuan heard Zhao Ling's question and nodded. "Your people have already told me about this. Father, how are you going to deal with this matter?" Zhao Ling looked at Emperor Qinyuan and suddenly asked. "No matter what, Qinyuan Academy is a force of Qinyuan Kingdom. I have to take a stand on this matter." "But Ling, you seem to have your own ideas." Emperor Qinyuan looked at Zhao Ling and asked with a smile. "What do you think of the first academy, father?" Zhao Ling continued to ask. "Since they dare to disrespect Qinyuan Kingdom, they should be destroyed." Emperor Qinyuan said sternly. "Father, do you think that the first academy can defeat Qinyuan Academy in 3 months and kill the dean of Qinyuan Academy? Do you think that the first academy is so weak? Then, our Qinyuan Kingdom is still not to be trifled with. Could it be that we're going to become the laughingstock of the entire world?" "Father, what I mean is, can we let the first academy take over Qinyuan Academy's position? We can form an alliance with the first academy. It's impossible for the first academy to replace Qinyuan Academy." "Father, do you think that I don't know our current situation? Right now, our Zhao family is facing internal and external troubles. We urgently need a partner." "Sigh, I didn't expect Ling to know." After listening to Zhao Ling's words, Emperor Qinyuan's expression turned somewhat desolate. The great ancestor is about to pass away, and the empire is eyeing him covetously. Countless forces in the country are also constantly playing tricks. Emperor Qinyuan felt very helpless in his heart. If not for the patriarch's impending death, the Qinyuan Kingdom would not have ended up like this. Although the Qinyuan Kingdom still looked peaceful, there were already surging waves in the dark. Qinyuan Kingdom would fall into chaos as soon as the patriarch died. Furthermore, his meridians were all destroyed because of a great battle when he was young. In other words, he could not cultivate at all. Furthermore, the hidden injuries that he had suffered over the years were getting more and more serious. At this moment, his physical condition was exactly the same as the country. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He could be finished at any moment. Zhao Ling's words struck a chord in his heart. "But can you guarantee that the first academy is not harboring evil intentions?" Emperor Qinyuan asked with a complicated expression. After hearing Emperor Qinyuan's words, Zhao Ling pondered for a moment. Then, she thought of Yi Hao and said, "I believe in him." "Him? You mean the young man you brought back?" Emperor Qinyuan looked at Zhao Ling and asked. "Yes." Zhao Ling nodded and did not deny it. "All right, go now and call him over for Imperial Father to take a look." "Yes, Father." After hearing Emperor Qinyuan's words, Zhao Ling's face lit up and she immediately ran out. "Guards, surround the courtyard and catch the assassin." Yi Hao was still sitting in the courtyard outside Zhao Ling's bedroom when he heard a commotion outside. "Catch the assassin?" Yi Hao could not help but frown when he heard the commotion outside. Besides the eunuchs and palace maids, he was the only one left in the courtyard. In his opinion, there was a 90% chance that the people outside were here for him. However, he did not understand that he had followed Zhao Ling into the palace and was still in Zhao Ling's bedroom. It could be said that besides Zhao Ling he had not interacted with anyone else. Therefore, he was curious about who was causing trouble for him. Bam! Under Yi Hao's puzzled gaze, the door of the courtyard was suddenly kicked open. A group of guards rushed in immediately. All of them were in the Devil Emperor realm. At this moment, One of the few guards in Zhao Ling bedroom gritted his teeth and questioned, "Who are you? How dare you barge into the third princess's palace?" Because they also knew that the intruder did not come with good intentions. At this moment, the guards suddenly made way for the intruder. "It's me." A woman wearing a silk outfit walked toward them and said in an icy voice with an expressionless face. Yi Hao looked at the woman. Although she was not as good-looking as Zhao Ling, she still resembled Zhao Ling. She must be one of Zhao Ling's elder sisters, Yi Hao guessed in his heart. When Zhao Ling's guards saw the woman, their expressions changed and they were about to salute her. "The few of you are making a big fuss in front of us. Spare my mood. If you want to live, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. The second princess looked at Zhao Ling's guards and wanted to humiliate them. After all, humiliating Zhao Ling's guards was equivalent to slapping Zhao Ling's face. When the guards heard the second princess's words, they all revealed troubled looks on their faces. After all, they were not stupid. When they heard the second princess's words, they knew that the second princess was deliberately humiliating them. Obviously, the second princess was looking for trouble. Their questioning just now was also their duty. There was nothing wrong with it. Moreover, they also knew that the second princess wanted to use them to humiliate Zhao Ling. The more it was so, the more they did not dare to do so. After all, if they did so, they would be able to solve the problem in front of them. However, the humiliation they would bring to Zhao Ling was not something that they could bear. "H, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really want me to do it?" Seeing the hesitation on the faces of the guards, the second princess snorted coldly. "All of you, do it. Teach these ungrateful fools a lesson." The second princess waved her hand and ordered the guards she brought along. Yes. When they heard the second princess's order, the guards roared and were about to attack. "Stop it." At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly shouted. No matter what, these guards were Zhao Ling's men. He could not let them embarrass Zhao Ling. Chapter 838. Zhao Ling's guards did not kneel before the second princess and embarrassed Zhao Ling. If a group of guards did not even care about their master's reputation, then it would be useless to keep them around. However, these guards did not disappoint Yi Hao. Since these guards were Zhao Ling's men, he naturally had to help them. Yi Hao's words naturally attracted everyone's attention. "Who is he? He seems to have been brought back by the third princess. Oh no. If anything happens to him, we won't be able to answer to the third princess." Zhao Ling's guards whispered among themselves when they saw Yi Hao. One of the guards immediately walked up to Yi Hao and said, "Sir, you'd better mind your own business. This is the second princess. If you offend her and something happens to you, we won't be able to handle it." "It's all right." Yi Hao waved his hand when he heard the guard's words. He knew that the guard was concerned about him. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss in front of the second princess?" One of the second princess's guards stepped forward and walked up to Yi Hao to question him. "Your Highness, I think this person is the assassin," another guard said. "Second princess, please don't misunderstand. This man is the third princess's friend," Zhao Ling's guard said anxiously when he heard the second princess's guard. He was afraid that the second princess would accuse Yi Hao of being the assassin. If that happened, he would be in trouble. "Friend, what evidence do you have?" The second princess sneered and said, "If you don't, then don't blame me for being rude. I don't allow any hidden dangers to exist in the inner court of the palace." Zhao Ling's bodyguard had a troubled look on his face. After all, Yi Hao was indeed brought here by Zhao Ling. However, Zhao Ling left Yi Hao here without giving them any instructions. How were they going to prove Yi Hao's identity? Since he didn't say anything, "Capture him for me. Kill whoever dares to resist." The second princess sneered when she saw that the guards were speechless. "Go." The guards behind the second princess immediately surrounded Yi Hao. Many of the guards activated their martial skills. Seeing that the second princess's bodyguard was about to make a move, Zhao Ling's bodyguard immediately said anxiously, "Second princess, you can't." But why would the second princess care about them? The second princess was here to deal with Yi Hao. Although they didn't know Yi Hao's identity, just the fact that Zhao Linga brought Yi Hao into the palace in the middle of the night was very suspicious. Therefore, she didn't care about Yi Hao's identity at all. She only wanted to capture Yi Hao. If that didn't work, she could even kill Yi Hao. The second princess's bodyguard would only listen to the second princess. Now that they heard the second princess's order, they naturally took Yi Hao into custody. Zhao Linga's bodyguard was extremely anxious at this moment. Do it. Protect this young master, one of Zhao Linga's bodyguards suddenly said after hesitating for a long time. Yes, the rest of Zhao Linga's bodyguard replied in unison. Since they are courting death, then let's just kill them all. The second princess said in a cold and murderous tone when she saw that Zhao Linga's bodyguard actually dared to disrespect her. One must know that with her personality, she would absolutely not tolerate anyone who dared to go against her will. Young master, be careful. Please step back first. Zhao Linga's bodyguard said anxiously to Yi Hao. However, Yi Hao didn't step back. Instead, he said nonchalantly, they are just a bunch of trash. Why should I care about them? What? This brat dares to look down on us. The second princess's bodyguard shouted angrily when he heard Yi Hao's words. Kill him. Someone shouted. All the bodyguards immediately charged towards Yi Hao. Wind steps. Seeing the bodyguards charging towards him, Yi Hao's figure flashed. He waved his arms and punched the bodyguards in the face. Bam! 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 Ah! 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 After the sound of the impact ended, there was a series of screams. At this moment, the crowd finally reacted. They saw Yi Hao standing in the same spot. The second princess's bodyguards, who had been clamoring at the beginning, were now lying on the ground and wailing. This young master is so powerful. How did this young master do it? I didn't even see clearly. Everyone was defeated. At this moment, Zhao Linga's bodyguards finally recovered from their shock. They looked at the nearly 20 people on the ground in shock. They kept covering their faces and wailing. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao with shock and admiration. The only exception was the second princess. At this moment, the second princess was frowning. However, she didn't look nervous at all. She looked at Yi Hao seriously. Who exactly are you? The second princess looked at Yi Hao and asked. What does it have to do with you? Yi Hao didn't even look at the second princess. He didn't give her any face at all. Hiss. Hearing Yi Hao's words, even Zhao Linga's bodyguards couldn't help but gasp. After all, in this palace, other than the emperor, the eldest princess and the second princess couldn't be offended. Everyone wanted to curry favor with them. However, Yi Hao didn't give the second princess any face at all. Everyone looked at the second princess anxiously. Indeed, the second princess's face turned even paler. The second princess was also surprised. She didn't expect Yi Hao to be so ungrateful. Her voice became even lower. Do you know who I am? Who you are is also none of my business. Yi Hao sat back on the stone bench and continued to ignore the second princess. Zhao Linga's bodyguards couldn't help but swallow their saliva at this moment. They couldn't help but admire Yi Hao. However, when they saw the second princess's gloomy face, they didn't dare to show too much emotion. Do you think that you are invincible just because you defeated these trash? The second princess was furious when she saw Yi Hao ignoring her. Men, catch the assassin. As soon as the second princess's voice fell, a few figures appeared. Greetings, second princess. The few figures bowed slightly to the second princess and said, What orders do you have for us, second princess? This person entered the palace with unknown motives. Sirs, please kill him. The second princess immediately said to the few people. Yi Hao looked at the few people and realized that they were demon supremacies. Although demon supremacies were stronger than him, Yi Hao's expression didn't change at all. Yi Hao held the spiritual stones in his hand. If these demon supremacies really wanted to attack him, he wouldn't be polite. When everyone heard the second princess's words, they immediately looked at Yi Hao. When everyone saw Yi Hao's cultivation, they were all stunned. Level 1 Demon Emperor. Chapter 839. Second Princess, are you sure that he's an assassin? One of the demon sovereigns couldn't help but ask. These people weren't the second princess's subordinates, but the emperor's guards. They usually roamed around every corner of the palace, dealing with emergency matters and maintaining the security of the palace. Why? Are you doubting my words? Hearing the demon lord's words, the second princess frowned. Second princess, please don't misunderstand. It's just that this kid's cultivation is simply too low. The demon sovereign looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and quickly explained. Don't be fooled by him. Look at my subordinates, they were injured by him. The second princess pointed at her subordinates who were wailing on the ground. Looking at the wailing subordinates, it didn't seem like they were faking it. The demon sovereigns frowned even more. After all, they were demon sovereigns. Looking at Yi Hao's cultivation, they knew that he was a level 1 demon emperor. It was impossible for them to be wrong. However, the guards on the ground were injured by Yi Hao. Among them, there were many level 6 and 7 demon emperors. However, these people were defeated by Yi Hao. This meant that Yi Hao's strength couldn't be just a level 1 demon emperor. However, when they looked at Yi Hao's cultivation, they knew that he was indeed a level 1 demon emperor. This seemed to be very contradictory. Kid, these people were injured by you. One of the demon sovereigns looked at Yi Hao and asked. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, wait until Zhao Linga comes back. Yi Hao looked at the demon sovereign and said fearlessly. Looking at Yi Hao's fearless eyes, the demon sovereigns found that they couldn't see through Yi Hao. When Zhao Linga's subordinates heard Yi Hao's words, they looked at Yi Hao in shock. After all, these were demon sovereigns. Yi Hao actually dared to speak in such a way. Many people were looking at Yi Hao with reverence in their eyes. The second princess sneered when she heard Yi Hao's words. Everyone, you've seen it. Such an arrogant person. Quickly kill him. At this moment, many of the demon sovereigns revealed furious looks. Because Yi Hao's words made them very unhappy. And after hearing what the second princess said, they wanted to deal with Yi Hao even more. You'd better think it through. I'm the third princess's guest. If you attack me, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Hao didn't rush to use the spirit stones when he saw that the demon lords were about to attack. Instead, he continued. The demon lords originally wanted to attack Yi Hao, but when they heard Yi Hao's words, they hesitated. After all, they were now the emperor's men, so they couldn't side with any of the princesses. If Yi Hao was really one of Zhao Linga's men and they rashly made a move on Yi Hao, then when Zhao Linga reported them to the emperor, they wouldn't have it easy either. Seeing the hesitation on the demon lords' faces, the second princess became even more displeased. She did not expect that the demon lords would actually be frightened by Yi Hao. This made her lose face. After all, as a princess, how could she not be angry when she was inferior to an outsider? Are you all just going to watch my subordinates get beaten up and not do anything? Do you want me to ask my father for instructions? Moreover, as long as you all kill this assassin, even if something happens, I will take care of it. Seeing that the demon lords were hesitating, the second princess directly used both the carrot and the stick. If it was possible, she couldn't wait to kill Yi Hao immediately. However, with her strength, she couldn't do it. Moreover, her subordinates were all defeated. Therefore, if she wanted to deal with Yi Hao and kill Yi Hao, she could only rely on the demon lords. At this moment, she was already a little impatient. After all, she didn't know when Zhao Linga would return. If Zhao Linga suddenly returned, then it wouldn't be so easy to kill Yi Hao. Boy, I advise you to surrender. In the end, the demon lords still decided to attack Yi Hao. This was because they were now in a difficult position. After all, they were already here and they couldn't turn around and leave. This was because if they left directly, they would definitely offend the second princess. Relatively speaking, between Zhao Linga and the second princess, they were more biased towards the second princess because the second princess was more powerful. Moreover, the third princess wasn't here now. They could totally say that the ignorant were not guilty. However, although they decided to attack Yi Hao, they didn't want to do it directly. Instead, they spoke. In their opinion, If Yi Hao gave in directly, it would be the best thing for them. However, to their embarrassment, Yi Hao didn't agree to their request. Haha, you all saw it. This boy is extremely arrogant. He didn't give you any face at all. If you don't kill him, why keep him alive? The second princess said directly and continued to sow discord. Boy, blame yourself for being too arrogant. Haha, not much. Second princess, are you sure he is an assassin? One of the demon lords couldn't help but ask. One had to know that these people weren't the second princess's subordinates. They were the emperor's guards. They usually wandered around every corner of the imperial palace, especially dealing with some urgent matters and maintaining the security of the imperial palace. What? Are you doubting my words? The second princess frowned when she heard the demon lord's words. Second princess, please don't misunderstand. It's just that this boy's cultivation is simply too low. The demon lord looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and quickly explained. Don't be fooled by him. Look at my subordinates, they were injured by him. The second princess pointed at the wailing subordinates on the ground. Looking at the wailing subordinates, it didn't seem like they were faking it. The demon lords frowned even more. After all, they were devil sovereigns, and Yi Hao's cultivation was in the first-order devil emperor realm. There was no way they would make a mistake. However, the guards on the ground were injured by Yi Hao. Among these people, there were many 6th and 7th level demon emperors. However, these people were defeated by Yi Hao. This meant that Yi Hao's strength couldn't be just first-level demon emperor. However, they could tell that Yi Hao's cultivation was indeed first-level demon emperor. This seemed to be very contradictory. Boy, these people were injured by you. A demon lord looked at Yi Hao and asked. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, wait until Zhao Linga comes back. Yi Hao looked at the demon lord and said fearlessly. Looking at Yi Hao's fearless eyes, the demon lords found that Yi Hao was even more unfathomable. When Zhao Linga's subordinates heard Yi Hao's words, they looked at Yi Hao in shock. After all, these were demon lords. Yi Hao looked at Yi Hao's fearless eyes. They found that Yi Hao was even more unfathomable. Chapter 840. Third Princess, we are here to catch an assassin, a demon supremacy said as he wiped off his cold sweat. Assassin? Do you think that my friend is an assassin? Or do you think that I'm an assassin? Zhao Linga stared at the demon supremacies without backing down. In her opinion, these demon supremacies were not giving her face by attacking her in her courtyard. It was also time for her to establish her prestige. At the same time, she wanted to tell everyone that she was not a pushover. The demon supremacies did not expect Zhao Linga's attitude to be so unyielding. They quickly bowed and said, "We dare not." No matter what, Zhao Linga was the third princess. If Zhao Linga reported this matter to the emperor, they would all be demon supremacies. They were all demon supremacies. Otherwise, they would not feel good. Royal sister, why is your temper so bad today? At this moment, the second princess suddenly spoke. Second sister, imperial sister was just about to ask you why you brought these people to my courtyard. Zhao Linga immediately looked at the second princess when she heard what she said. This damned girl seems different from before. The second princess looked at Zhao Linga's eyes and her heart sank. In the past, although Zhao Linga was very affectionate with her, she was still polite and respectful to her. However, at this moment, she could not see the slightest bit of courtesy in Zhao Linga's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of hostility in her eyes. The second princess's heart was filled with killing intent. In order to obtain the throne, she could pay any price and eliminate any hidden danger. Previously, Zhao Linga had not shown any intention of fighting for the throne. She had always been aloof from worldly affairs and had left the palace. Even so, she was still worried about Zhao Linga and had always wanted to eliminate Zhao Linga. Moreover, Zhao Linga made her feel a hint of danger at this moment. The second princess was just about to fly into a rage when a thought suddenly came to her mind. "H, you'll be at my mercy once I'm done selecting a son-in-law for you." The smile remained on her face. "Imperial sister, please don't misunderstand. I just discovered an assassin in the bedchamber, so I chased him all the way here. I'm now trying to catch the assassin. I hope you won't stop me, the second princess said to Zhao Ling. Second royal sister, you must be joking. How could there be an assassin in my bedroom? You can search as you please. Zhao Ling said indifferently. Really? Said the second princess with a cold smile on her face. She then looked at Yi Hao and said, that assassin's silhouette is very similar to this person. I suspect that this person is the assassin. Sister, you have nothing to do with him. Hearing the second princess's words, Zhao Ling couldn't help but frown. The expressions of Zhao Ling's guards also changed. This was because the second princess was now certain that Yi Hao was the assassin. If there was no evidence to prove that Yi Hao wasn't the assassin, he would definitely be charged with the crime of being an assassin. If Zhao Ling were to say that she had something to do with Yi Hao at this moment, the second princess would definitely bite back. After all, she was the third princess. Even if Zhao Ling was the third princess, she wouldn't be able to escape punishment and the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Zhao Ling frown, the second princess sneered in her heart. She looked at Zhao Ling and said, Imperial sister, if you can't prove that he's not the assassin, I'll have to take him away for investigation. But don't worry, Imperial sister. If this person isn't the assassin, I'll let him go. A smug look appeared on the second princess's face. She was sure that Zhao Ling wouldn't be able to produce any evidence. As long as Zhao Ling couldn't produce any evidence, she would be able to arrest Yi Hao. At that time, Yi Hao's life would be completely in her hands. As for letting Yi Hao go, she didn't even need to think about it. As long as she took Yi Hao away, she could easily pin the crime of being an assassin on Yi Hao. It would be impossible for Yi Hao to come back even if he wanted to. Furthermore, if she made good use of it and executed it perfectly, she could use Yi Hao to frame Zhao Ling for having something to do with the assassin. At that time, it would be a piece of cake to bring down Zhao Ling. She knew that if Zhao Ling wasn't stupid, he would definitely clear up his relationship with Yi Hao. But to her surprise, Zhao Ling said with a smile, I don't know if he's the assassin, but father wants to see him now. What? The second princess's expression changed when she heard Zhao Ling's words. Second royal sister, if you don't believe me, you can come with us. Zhao Ling continued when he saw the smug look on the second princess's face disappear. Then, Zhao Ling looked at the demon venerables and said, if you don't believe me, you can come with me to father to verify it. At that time, it's up to you whether you want to do anything to him or not. The demon venerables looked embarrassed when they heard Zhao Ling's words. What kind of joke was this? His Majesty had summoned Yi Hao. No matter what Yi Hao's identity was, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to say that Yi Hao was an assassin. Third princess, you must be joking. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The demon venerables immediately said with smiles on their faces. Sir, we apologize for offending you. Please forgive us. The demon venerables said to Zhao Ling and then to Yi Hao. If there's nothing else, please leave this place. Zhao Ling glanced at the demon venerables and said. The demon venerables couldn't wait to leave this place. Now that they heard Zhao Ling's words, how could they not agree to it immediately? Second royal sister, is there anything else you want to do here? Or do you want to come with me to father's place? Zhao Ling looked at the second princess and said after the demon venerables left. That's fine. I haven't seen father for some time. I can go with you. The second princess still didn't believe it. She didn't believe Zhao Ling's words. Emperor Tianyuan would want to see Yi Hao. Then let's go together. Zhao Ling didn't care whether the second princess went or not. Yi Hao looked at the two of them. They were indeed fighting fiercely. No wonder Zhao Ling resisted. If they were in the palace, only the strong could survive. The weak were destined to be eliminated. It was so sad to have time in the palace. There was no sisterly affection at all. Just by looking at the second princess's attitude towards Zhao Ling, there was no sisterly affection to speak of. The second princess probably saw Zhao Ling as her enemy and couldn't wait to kill Zhao Ling. Yi Hao, let's go. Zhao Ling said to Yi Hao. Yi Hao nodded and left side by side with Zhao Ling. The second princess looked at the guards who were still howling on the ground and said unhappily, "A bunch of useless trash. Hurry up and get up." Chapter 841. Could it be that they are really going to see father? The second princess led her people and followed behind Yi Hao and Zhao Ling. The second princess frowned when she saw that Yi Hao and Zhao Ling were really walking toward Emperor Qinyuan's bedchamber. Who is this person? Have you found out his identity? The second princess asked the guards behind her, whose faces were all bruised and swollen. Please forgive us, second princess. We haven't found out anything yet. We only know that he entered the palace with the third princess not long ago, the guard quickly said. I'd like to see why that brat brought this person into the imperial palace. The second princess had a bad feeling when she thought about how Yi Hao had easily defeated her subordinates. Father, I've brought him here, Zhao Ling bowed and said when they arrived at the door of Emperor Qinyuan's bedchamber. Millimeter, let him in. Emperor Qinyuan's voice came from inside. Let's go in. Zhao Ling said to Yi Hao and led Yi Hao in. Greetings, father, the second princess quickly said when she saw Zhao Ling and Yi Hao enter the bedchamber. Just as the second princess was about to step into the bedchamber, Emperor Qinyuan suddenly said, I have something to do today. If you have something to do, come back tomorrow. What? The second princess froze on the spot when she heard Emperor Qinyuan's words. She was afraid that she had misheard. Did you hear what my imperial father said? He wants me to go back first. The second princess asked her subordinates in disbelief. The second princess's subordinates looked very upset at this moment. However, they still nodded when they heard the second princess's question. Mpage, let's go back. The second princess's face was full of anger. She flung her sleeves, glared angrily at the bedchamber, and turned to leave. The second princess's subordinates also chased after them. Son greets imperial father. This is Yi Hao. Zhao Ling immediately said as he looked at Emperor Qinyuan, who was handling official documents. However, Emperor Qinyuan had no intention of looking up at Yi Hao. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qinyuan. He didn't raise his head. How could he not know that Emperor Qinyuan was trying to intimidate him? However, how could Yi Hao fall for this trick? He directly walked to the side, pulled out a chair, and directly sat on it. Yi Hao. Zhao Ling said anxiously when he saw that Yi Hao didn't even bow and dared to sit down without his father's permission. At this moment, Emperor Qinyuan had a look of astonishment on his face. He wanted to intimidate Yi Hao so that it would be easier for him to negotiate with Yi Hao. However, he didn't expect Yi Hao to not give him any face. He didn't even greet him before sitting down. Outrageous. Emperor Qinyuan threw down the documents in his hands and slammed the table as he shouted angrily. He thought that Yi Hao would restrain himself or at least bow to him. But to his disappointment, Yi Hao didn't even pay him any attention, let alone stand up and salute him. This instantly filled his heart with anger. After all, as the Emperor of Heaven Yuan, everyone who saw him was respectful and reverent. However, Yi Hao was the only one who didn't give him any face. Yi Hao was the only one. Emperor Qinyuan turned his gaze to Yi Hao. He realized that Yi Hao didn't look panicked at all. What trump card does this kid have that he can remain so calm in front of me? Emperor Qinyuan had been an emperor for many years. The aura of an emperor on him was enough to make people feel oppressed. However, Emperor Qinyuan realized that his aura of an emperor didn't have any effect on Yi Hao. Ling, is this the person you brought here? Is he so arrogant? Emperor Qinyuan frowned when he saw that Yi Hao was still ignoring him. He looked at Zhao Ling with dissatisfaction. Zhao Ling was also suffering unspeakably. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. She kept winking at Yi Hao, but realized that Yi Hao didn't even acknowledge her. Zhao Ling was also worried. If she really angered her father, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, Zhao Ling was at a loss for words. Say no more. Let him go. Emperor Qinyuan waved his hand impatiently. He didn't believe that Yi Hao could remain calm. Since they were talking about a collaboration, he definitely couldn't give in. Now, whoever was more powerful would have more say. However, Yi Hao stood up after hearing his words. He turned around to leave. After all, Yi Hao was only collaborating with Zhao Ling. Why should he care about Emperor Tianyuan's mood? Father, this. Zhao Ling was also anxious. She didn't expect both of them to be so eccentric. Moreover, one of them was tougher than the other. At this moment, she didn't dare to offend either her father or Yi Hao. After all, if she offended her father and Emperor Tianyuan got angry, it would be difficult to deal with. And if she angered Yi Hao and Yi Hao refused to work with her, it would really be over. Therefore, Zhao Ling was caught in the middle. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Emperor Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Hao's back. He was really about to step out of the main hall. Stop! Emperor Tianyuan suddenly said in a soft tone just as Yi Hao was about to step out of the main hall. What? Can we talk now? Yi Hao turned around and asked with a light smile. I'm very curious. Who exactly are you? Emperor Tianyuan asked curiously. You don't have the right to know. Yi Hao obviously didn't treat Emperor Tianyuan as an emperor. It was as if he was talking to an ordinary person. What? Haha, if I don't have the right to know, then who does? Emperor Tianyuan suddenly laughed out of anger as if he had heard the funniest joke. As for Zhao Ling, she was currently covered in cold sweat. This was because in her opinion, Yi Hao was courting death. After all, in the Tianyuan kingdom, even the former dean of the Tianyuan Academy, an expert at the level of the demon emperor, didn't dare to speak to her father like this. At the very least, no one in the Tianyuan kingdom has the right to. Yi Hao glanced at Emperor Tianyuan and said. Emperor Tianyuan fell into deep thought when he heard Yi Hao's words. What appeared in his mind was naturally Yi Hao's identity information, which he had sent people to investigate. However, the information he received was that Yi Hao wasn't from the Tianyuan kingdom at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. However, such a person had so many experts under his command. It was incredible that he could conquer the Rain domain in such a short time. Later on, Yi Hao established the first academy and defeated the Tianyuan Academy, which had a strong foundation, in just 3 months. Chapter 842. Tell me, what do you want? Emperor Tianyuan asked as he looked at Yi Hao. But when he said this, he felt very awkward. After all, he was the emperor of the Tianyuan kingdom. He was usually the one who ordered others around. Since when did he have to ask others if they had any requests? Most importantly, Yi Hao was still so young. At this moment, Zhao Ling's jaw nearly dropped from shock. Was this still her overbearing imperial father? I don't have any requests. I just want to help Zhao Ling. Yi Hao replied as he sat back in his chair. That's all. Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao, clearly not believing Yi Hao. Of course, there's also the Tianyuan Academy that she promised me. Then do you know what the Tianyuan Academy represents? Emperor Tianyuan continued to ask after hearing Yi Hao's words. I don't want to know what it represents. I only know that the Tianyuan kingdom can no longer control the Tianyuan Academy with its current strength. Yi Hao shook his head and replied softly. Why do you say that? Emperor Tianyuan's gaze was fixed on Yi Hao, and his voice became somewhat low. Don't you know why? Yi Hao asked with a smile. Emperor Tianyuan didn't say anything else. He stared at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao didn't show any signs of weakness in front of him. Looking at Yi Hao's age, it was obvious that this calmness wasn't something that Yi Hao should have. But it was definitely present in Yi Hao. And at this moment, Yi Hao clearly treated him as an equal. He didn't show any signs of inferiority when he spoke to him. Phew! Emperor Tianyuan suddenly exhaled a breath of turbid air. You're very good. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Hao nodded after hearing Emperor Tianyuan's praise. His expression didn't change much. Because Yi Hao was originally a leader, he naturally understood the mentality of a leader. In front of Emperor Tianyuan, he could not show weakness, because as long as he showed weakness, he would be led by the nose by Emperor Tianyuan. However, he absolutely did not like that kind of feeling. Yi Hao was also certain that Emperor Tianyuan could not do anything to him. However, Zhao Linge couldn't understand what was going on. Weren't the two of them still shouting when they started? Why was Imperial Father suddenly praising Yi Hao? The two of them were even being polite. Little friend Yi, what do you think of my Tianyuan kingdom? Emperor Tianyuan suddenly looked at Yi Hao and asked. I don't care what happens to the Tianyuan kingdom. I will only help Zhao Linge fight for the throne. Yi Hao. Zhao Linge's expression changed when he heard Yi Hao's words. Because Yi Hao's words were tantamount to treason. Zhao Linge quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Emperor Tianyuan. Imperial Father, please forgive me. Yi Hao did not mean it. Linge, get up first. Imperial Father has no intention of blaming you. Emperor Tianyuan immediately waved his hand when he saw Zhao Linge kneeling on the ground. This was because he knew the condition of his body. In fact, in his heart, he still hoped that the throne would be passed to Zhao Linge. Because of his 3 daughters, he still doted on Zhao Linge. However, Zhao Linge had no interest in the throne at all. This made Emperor Tianyuan very vexed. Now that he saw Zhao Linge showing interest in the throne, he couldn't be more happy. How could he blame Zhao Linge? However, at this moment in the imperial court, no one was optimistic about Zhao Linge. As for the civil and military officials, they were divided into 3 factions. One faction was the eldest princess, one faction was the second princess, and the other faction was neutral. However, Zhao Linge's faction was not neutral. There was nothing he could do about this. After all, as imperial father, he couldn't show too much favoritism. Furthermore, he couldn't force the throne to be passed to Zhao Linge. Otherwise, things would go against his wishes. That would only harm Zhao Linge and hasten the destruction of the Tianyuan kingdom. Therefore, Zhao Linge still had to fight for all of this. At most, he could only secretly support her. Zhao Linge was a little surprised. She didn't expect that imperial father wouldn't blame her. However, Zhao Linge immediately bowed and thanked him. Thank you, imperial father. Linge, you can leave first. Wait outside the door. Emperor Tianyuan suddenly said to Zhao Linge. What? Zhao Linge was afraid that she had misheard. Then, she looked at the two of them worriedly. She looked at imperial father, then at Yi Hao. Her face was full of worry. Don't worry, imperial father won't do anything to him, Emperor Tianyuan said with a smile when he saw Zhao Linge's worried expression. Then, I'll take my leave. Zhao Linge stuck out her tongue and immediately turned to leave. She didn't forget to glance at Yi Hao. How do you plan to help Linge win the throne? Emperor Tianyuan finally asked after seeing Zhao Linge leave. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan. It seems that you really want to pass the throne to Zhao Linge. Emperor Tianyuan nodded and didn't deny it. Then why do you have to go through so much trouble? Why don't you just pass it to Zhao Linge? Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Yi Hao's words. If it was before, I could have done it easily. But now, I have to consider the big picture. I can only let the 3 sisters compete for the throne fairly. Otherwise, not only will they refuse to accept it, but the civil and military officials will also refuse to accept it. And with my strength, I won't be able to completely intimidate them. After hearing Emperor Tianyuan's words, Yi Hao fell into deep thought. He really didn't expect the Tianyuan kingdom to be so much worse than he had imagined. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But how could he go back on his word? Since he had promised Zhao Linge to help her, he had to do it. I plan to win the position of the emperor's son-in-law first. Yi Hao said directly. Emperor Tianyuan nodded when he heard Yi Hao's words. Clearly, he agreed with Yi Hao's idea. But then he asked worriedly, with your strength, do you have the confidence to win the position of the emperor's son-in-law? Why? Are my opponents all very strong? Yi Hao knew that Emperor Tianyuan definitely knew more than he did. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. In order to understand the strength of his opponents, it was necessary. Emperor Tianyuan heard Yi Hao's question and handed a piece of paper on the table to Yi Hao. These are the more outstanding contestants participating in the emperor's son-in-law competition this time. The information and strength of the three contestants were written on the paper. Yi Hao looked at the paper that Emperor Qianyuan handed over. How could he not know that this was something that Emperor Qianyuan had planned from the start? Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh. The older, the wiser. Take a look. Are you confident? Emperor Qianyuan looked at Yi Hao nervously. After all, this would determine whether Yi Hao could become the emperor's son-in-law. If Yi Hao could become the emperor's son-in-law, then only Zhao Linge would have the chance to win the throne. Chapter 843. The three of them are quite strong, Yi Hao had to admit after reading the information on the paper. The three people on the paper were only a few years older than him. They were completely qualified to participate in the competition. However, two of them were second-order demon venerables and one was third-order demon venerables. They were even stronger and more talented than Chu Feng. Even though it was Yi Hao himself, he still felt the pressure. After all, he was a first-order demon emperor. His opponents were only first-order demon venerables. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a first-order demon venerables if he used his full strength. However, it was too difficult for him to fight a second-order demon venerables. As for the third-order demon venerables, he had no hope of winning. Why? Are you not confident? Emperor Qianyuan kept looking at Yi Hao, observing the changes in Yi Hao's expression. However, he noticed that Yi Hao frowned when he saw the three people's strength. Not confident? Are you kidding me? Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh when he heard Emperor Qianyuan's words. Don't worry. I'll definitely be the emperor's son-in-law. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qianyuan and said firmly. Emperor Qianyuan looked at Yi Hao in surprise. He didn't understand where Yi Hao's confidence came from. However, the confidence on Yi Hao's face didn't seem to be an act. All right, I believe you. If you need any help, just tell me. I'll do my best to fulfill your needs. From Emperor Qianyuan's words, one could see how much the Emperor Qianyuan loved Zhao Linge. Emperor Qianyuan's words meant that Yi Hao could freely use the resources of the Qianyuan kingdom. But as for those resources, how could Yi Hao possibly use them? His top priority now was to raise his cultivation. He had to raise his cultivation by at least 2 levels to third-order demon emperor. Only then would he have a chance of winning the competition. And with his cultivation, breaking through 2 levels was easier said than done. And this was within the short span of a month. If it were anyone else, it would be madness to raise their cultivation by 2 levels in a month. It was simply impossible. However, Yi Hao had the system, so there was nothing impossible about it. As long as he was given enough powerful magical beasts to kill, he would be able to gain experience and break through easily. However, with his current cultivation base, killing a Demon King level magical beast would not give him much experience at all. Even killing demonic beasts below the 5th level of the Demon Emperor realm was meaningless. Therefore, in Yi Hao's opinion, only demonic beasts above 5th order Demon Emperor or even Demon Venerable could arouse his interest. I want to know, where are the demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Demon Emperor realm? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Qianyuan and asked. Magical beast? Could it be that you want to gain experience? But at this time, shouldn't you be cultivating in seclusion? Emperor Qianyuan was very puzzled when he heard Yi Hao's words. At the same time, he was also very shocked. Right now, I need to hone my martial skills and increase my combat experience. Yi Hao could not possibly say that he could raise his cultivation base by killing demonic beasts. So Yi Hao casually made up a lie. Emperor Qianyuan nodded thoughtfully. If you want to find demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Demon Emperor realm, you should go to the Supreme Demon Forest. Supreme Demon Forest? Yi Hao heard this name for the first time. He could not help but look at Emperor Qianyuan curiously. Reloading when I see duplicates. Thank you. These 3 people are quite powerful, Yi Hao had to admit when he looked at the information on the paper. The 3 people on the paper were not much older than him. They were completely qualified to participate in the competition. But among them, 2 were 2nd-level Demon Venerables and 1 was 3rd-level Demon Venerables. They were simply stronger and more talented than Chu Feng. Even though it was Yi Hao himself, he felt the pressure. After all, he was a first-level demon emperor. His opponent was only a first-level demon venerables. If he used all his strength, it would not be a problem for him to fight a first-level demon venerables. But for him to fight a second-level demon venerables, it was a little too difficult. As for the third-level demon venerables, he estimated that he had no hope of winning. Why? Are you not confident? Emperor Tianyuan kept looking at Yi Hao, observing the changes in Yi Hao's expression. But he noticed that Yi Hao frowned when he saw the strength of the three people. Not confident. What a joke. Yi Hao could not help but laugh when he heard Emperor Tianyuan's words. Don't worry, I will definitely be the emperor's son-in-law. Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan and said in a firm tone. Emperor Tianyuan looked at Yi Hao in surprise. He did not understand where Yi Hao's sudden confidence came from. But looking at Yi Hao's confident face, it did not seem to be an act at all. All right, I believe in you. If you need any help, just tell me. As long as it is within my means, I will try my best to fulfill it. Just from Emperor Tianyuan's words, one could see the extent of Emperor Tianyuan's love for Zhao Ling. Emperor Tianyuan's words meant that Yi Hao could freely use the resources of the Tianyuan kingdom. But as for those resources, how could Yi Hao use them? His top priority now was to raise his cultivation. He had to raise his cultivation by at least 2 levels and reach the 3rd level of the Devil Emperor. Only then could he have a chance to win in the competition for the position of the emperor's son-in-law. With his current cultivation, it was easier said than done to raise his cultivation by 2 levels. And it was within a short period of 1 month. If it was someone else, it would be pure madness to raise his cultivation by 2 levels in a month. It was simply impossible. However, Yi Hao had the system, so there was nothing impossible about it. As long as he could kill powerful demonic beasts, he would gain experience. Then it would be easy for him to make a breakthrough. But with his current cultivation, killing demonic beasts at the level of the Devil King would not give him much experience at all. Even if he killed demonic beasts below the 5th level of the Devil Emperor, it would be meaningless. So in Yi Hao's opinion, only demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Devil Emperor, or even the Devil Venerable, could arouse his interest. I want to know, where are the demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Devil Emperor? Yi Hao looked at Emperor Tianyuan and asked. Demonic beasts? Do you want to gain experience? But at this time, shouldn't you be practicing in seclusion? Emperor Tianyuan was very puzzled and shocked when he heard Yi Hao's words. Now I need to practice my martial arts and increase my combat experience. Yi Hao could not say that he could raise his cultivation by killing demonic beasts. So Yi Hao casually made up a lie. Emperor Tianyuan nodded thoughtfully and said, if you want to find demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Devil Emperor, you should go to the Supreme Devil Forest. Chapter 844. When Zhao Ling saw that Yi Hao didn't say anything, she had no choice but to follow Yi Hao back to her sleeping quarters. Is 3rd princess in? After a while, the eunuch's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Who is it? What's the matter? When Zhao Ling heard the eunuch's voice, she asked in confusion. 3rd princess, His Majesty has ordered this servant to deliver pills to young Master Yi, the eunuch replied respectfully. What? Deliver pills? When Zhao Ling heard the eunuch's words, she looked at Yi Hao in disbelief. She originally thought that Yi Hao was joking, but she didn't expect it to be true. However, Zhao Ling couldn't understand why her father would suddenly treat Yi Hao so well and even give Yi Hao pills. Bring it in first. Yi Hao saw Zhao Ling's gaze and couldn't help but say to the door. Then, a eunuch walked in and respectfully handed a space ring to Yi Hao. Young Master Yi, this is what you need. Everything is here. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded and accepted the space ring. Why, is there anything else? Yi Hao looked at the eunuch and didn't leave. His Majesty has ordered this servant to remind you to be careful. This servant will take his leave now. After the eunuch finished speaking to Yi Hao, he bowed and left. Be careful? What do you want? After hearing the eunuch's words, Zhao Ling was confused and asked Yi Hao. Nothing much. Let's rest. Yi Hao looked at Zhao Ling and said. When Zhao Ling heard Yi Hao's words, her face instantly turned red. However, she still asked suspiciously, "You really don't have anything to hide from me, right?" "What do I have to hide from you? I'm going to sleep first." After Yi Hao finished speaking, he was about to leave the room. "Where are you going?" Zhao Linga asked when he saw Yi Hao get up. "Of course I'm going to sleep. Otherwise, why would I sleep here?" Yi Hao rolled his eyes at Zhao Linga. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhao Linga's face turned even redder and she immediately closed the door. Yi Hao rubbed his nose and walked to a nearby room. Yi Hao took a look at the things in the space. There were quite a lot of pills. It could be seen that Emperor Tianyuan was quite generous. He was very satisfied with this. Yi Hao glanced at Zhao Linger's room and realized that Zhao Linger's room was still lit. He couldn't help but lie down on the bed and close his eyes to rest. After more than 2 hours, Yi Hao realized that there was no more movement in Zhao Linger's room, so he suddenly opened his eyes. Following which, Yi Hao immediately left the courtyard and walked out of the palace. That's right, Yi Hao didn't plan on bringing Zhao Linger along. That was why he didn't tell Zhao Linger and secretly left without Zhao Linger's knowledge. It wasn't because of anything else. As long as the Supreme Demon Forest was filled with danger, it would be inconvenient to bring Zhao Linger along. Moreover, after entering the Supreme Demon Forest, he would have to wholeheartedly increase his cultivation and kill magical beasts to gain experience. How would he have the energy to take care of Zhao Linger? Creak. Just as Yi Hao left, Zhao Linger's closed door suddenly opened. Zhao Linger's head suddenly poked out. "I want to see what you're up to. Why are you being so mysterious?" Following which, Zhao Linger was about to walk out of the room, but at that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared and landed in front of Zhao Linger. "Who are you people? Why are you stopping this princess?" Zhao Linger asked coldly as she looked at the 2 of them. "Third Princess, Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered us to watch over you and not allow you to leave the room," one of them replied. "Why won't you let me leave the room?" Zhao Linger frowned and looked at the 2 of them in confusion. "This is His Majesty's intention. We subordinates are also following orders." "No, I want to see Father. His Majesty said that he's tired and sleeping first. If there's anything, you can go find him tomorrow." "No, I want to go out today." After Zhao Linger finished speaking, she was about to forcefully leave. "Third Princess, Your Highness, please don't make things difficult for us." The 2 of them immediately stopped Zhao Linger. "You!" Zhao Linger was so angry that she couldn't leave. She couldn't help but stomp her feet. "Third Princess, Your Highness, please go back and rest. Furthermore, His Majesty has already ordered that without his decree, Third Princess, you are not allowed to leave the palace." One of them continued to speak to Zhao Linger. "What?" When Zhao Linger heard that she couldn't even leave the palace, she knew that even if the 2 of them didn't stop her, she wouldn't be able to leave today. "Me. I wonder what Yi Hao and Father are up to." Zhao Linger snorted, then returned to her room and closed the door. When the 2 guards saw that Zhao Linger had returned to her room, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if Zhao Linger wanted to leave by force, they wouldn't be able to stop her. After all, men and women shouldn't have physical contact. Furthermore, Zhao Linger was a princess. If Zhao Linger wanted to leave, they wouldn't dare to touch Zhao Linger. Fortunately, Zhao Linger didn't leave by force. Where did Yi Hao go? Zhao Linger sat in front of the table, frowning as she pondered. This won't do. I must ask Father tomorrow. Zhao Linger realized that the more Yi Hao refused to tell her, the more he secretly left. She was even more curious about where Yi Hao had gone. Furthermore, her father had specially sent people to watch over him. She knew that this was no small matter. After all, her father had never locked her up in confinement since she was young. This was the first time that he had not allowed her to leave. Zhao Linger couldn't wait for the sun to rise so that she could ask her father about what had happened. "Reporting to Your Highness, Second Princess, that brat seems to be leaving the palace." At this moment, in the second princess's bedroom, the second princess was still awake and listening to a subordinate's report. "He wants to leave the palace in the middle of the night. Do you know what that brat talked about with my father?" the second princess asked in a low voice. "I don't know." At that time, even the third princess was chased out. His Majesty and that brat were alone for a period of time. His Majesty even sent people to give that brat some things, the guard quickly replied. Do you know what father gave him? When the second princess heard that her father had given Yi Hao something, she felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. The second princess couldn't help but ask anxiously. According to my analysis, it seems to be some elixirs. Elixirs? Why would father give that brat elixirs? After hearing the guard's words, the second princess basically believed him. She believed that her investigative abilities would not be wrong in the imperial palace, even if she did not dare to speak for herself in other places. She just couldn't understand why her father would give Yi Hao some elixirs out of the blue. Do you know where that brat is going? Where is he now? The second princess couldn't figure it out and quickly asked. Chapter 845. You can read this chapter tomorrow. Send some men to kill that brat. At the same time, find out what my father said to that brat and why he gave him the elixir. The second princess squinted her eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Your Highness, how many men should we arrange to kill that brat? The guard asked. Too many people will spoil the plan. Send 2 demon sovereigns to kill that brat, the second princess said after thinking for a while. Yes, Your Highness. I'll do it right away, the guard said to the second princess and turned to leave immediately. Zhao Ling-er's figure appeared in the second princess's mind. She murmured in a murderous tone, My dear sister, you used to be so calm. Why are you suddenly so active now? This is not a good thing for you. Just as Yi Hao walked to the entrance of the palace, some guards immediately blocked Yi Hao's way. Who are you? Stop right there. Yi Hao immediately took out a token. This token was given to him by Emperor Qianyuan. With this token, he would be able to travel freely in the Qianyuan kingdom. Silver Dragon Token. When the guards saw the token in Yi Hao's hand, their expressions changed. Greetings, Your Highness. Please forgive us. All the guards immediately went down on one knee and saluted Yi Hao. There were 3 types of tokens in Qianyuan Kingdom. They were the Bronze Dragon Token, the Silver Dragon Token, and the Golden Dragon Token. Among them, the Bronze Dragon Token was the lowest level. However, seeing the Bronze and Silver tokens was like seeing a Rank 3 official. They could control the life and death of some low-ranking officials. Seeing the Silver Dragon Token was like seeing the Prince and Princess with the strength of a Rank 1 official. As for the Golden Dragon Medallion, seeing it was like seeing the Emperor himself. Send some men to kill that brat. At the same time, find out what my father said to that brat and why he gave him the elixir. The second princess squinted her eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Your Highness, how many people should we arrange to kill that brat? The guard asked. Too many people will spoil the plan. Send 2 demon sovereigns to kill that brat, the second princess said after thinking for a while. Yes, Your Highness. I'll do it right away. After the guard finished speaking to the second princess, he turned around and left. Zhao Ling-er's figure appeared in the second princess's mind. My good sister, you used to be so calm. Why are you suddenly so active now? This is not a good thing for you, she murmured, her voice full of murderous intent. When Yi Hao reached the entrance of the palace, some guards immediately blocked Yi Hao's path. Who are you? Stop right there. Yi Hao immediately took out a token. This token had been given to him by Emperor Qianyuan. With this token, he would be able to travel freely in the Qianyuan kingdom. Silver Dragon Token. When the guards saw the token in Yi Hao's hand, their expressions changed. Greetings, Your Excellency. Please forgive us. All the guards immediately knelt on one knee and saluted Yi Hao. In the Qianyuan kingdom, there were 3 types of tokens. They were the Bronze Dragon Token, the Silver Dragon Token, and the Golden Dragon Token. Among them, the Bronze Dragon Token was of the lowest rank. However, seeing the Bronze and Silver tokens was like seeing a Rank 3 official. They could control the life and death of some low-ranking officials. Seeing the Silver Dragon Token was like seeing the Prince and Princess with the strength of a Rank 1 official. As for the highest rank, the Golden Dragon Token, it was like seeing the Emperor. Send someone to kill that brat. At the same time, Find out what father said to that brat and why he gave him the elixir. The second princess squinted her eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Your Highness, how many people should we arrange to kill that brat? The guard asked. Too many people will spoil the plan. Send 2 demon sovereigns to kill that brat, the second princess said after thinking for a while. Yes, Your Highness. I'll do it right away. After the guard finished speaking to the second princess, he turned around and left. Zhao Ling'er's figure appeared in the second princess's mind, and she murmured, My good sister, you were so calm before. Why are you suddenly so active now? This is not a good thing for you. Her voice was filled with murderous intent. Just as Yi Hao walked to the entrance of the palace, some guards immediately blocked Yi Hao's way. Who are you? Stop right there. Yi Hao immediately took out a token. This token was given to him by the Emperor Qianyuan. With this token, he could basically move freely in the Qianyuan kingdom. The silver dragon token. When the guards saw the token in Yi Hao's hand, their expressions changed. Greetings, Your Highness. Please forgive us. All the guards immediately went down on one knee and saluted Yi Hao. In the Qianyuan kingdom, there were 3 types of tokens. They were the bronze dragon token, the silver dragon token, and the golden dragon token. Among the 3, the bronze dragon token was of the lowest rank. However, seeing the bronze and silver tokens was like seeing a rank 3 official. They could control the life and death of some low-ranking officials. Seeing the silver dragon token was like seeing the prince and princess with the strength of a rank 1 official. As for the highest rank, the golden dragon token, it was like seeing the emperor. Send someone to kill that brat. At the same time, investigate what the emperor said to that brat and why he gave him the elixir. The second princess squinted her eyes and ordered in a deep voice. Your Highness, how many people do we need to send to kill that brat? The guard asked. Too many people will make things worse. Send 2 demon sovereigns to kill that brat, the second princess said after thinking for a while. Yes, Your Highness. I'll do it right away. After the guard finished speaking to the second princess, he turned around and left. Zhao Ling'er's figure appeared in the second princess's mind. She murmured in a murderous tone, My good sister, you used to be so calm. Why are you suddenly so active now? This is not a good thing for you. Just as Yi Hao walked to the entrance of the palace, some guards immediately blocked Yi Hao's way. Who are you? Stop right there. Yi Hao immediately took out a token. This token was given to him by the Emperor Qianyuan. With this token, he would be able to travel freely in the Qianyuan kingdom. The silver dragon token. When the guards saw the token in Yi Hao's hand, their expressions changed. Greetings, Your Highness. Please forgive us. All the guards immediately knelt down on one knee and saluted Yi Hao. In the Qianyuan kingdom, there were 3 types of tokens. They were the bronze dragon token, the silver dragon token, and the golden dragon token. Among them, the bronze dragon token was of the lowest rank. However, seeing the bronze dragon token was like seeing a rank 3 official. It could control the life and death of some low-ranking officials. Seeing the silver dragon token and seeing the prince and princess with the strength of a rank 1 official. Chapter 846. You 2 idiots. Yi Hao only realized that the 2 people behind him had been tricking him after circling around a few times. He couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. Let's go out of the city, Yi Hao said to the black-winged leopard. This lad is finally leaving the city. The 2 of them couldn't help but rejoice when they saw Yi Hao walking out of the city. We'll take action after we leave the city. When the 2 of them realized that Yi Hao was fooling them, they were furious and wanted to attack him. However, when they saw that Yi Hao was about to leave the city, they couldn't help but suppress the urge to leave the city. The 2 of them followed closely behind Yi Hao, afraid that Yi Hao would do something else. How is it? The 2 of you must be impatient after following me for so long. After leaving Qianyuan City, Yi Hao suddenly turned around and said to the 2 of them, Lad, are you really not afraid of death? The 2 of them weren't surprised when they saw Yi Hao suddenly stop. However, when the 2 of them saw Yi Hao's calm expression, they couldn't help but look at Yi Hao warily. Here's a gift for the 2 of you. Yi Hao threw the 2 spirit coins in his hand to the 2 demon sovereigns. Spirit coins? When the 2 of them saw that Yi Hao had thrown them spirit coins, they couldn't understand what Yi Hao was up to. The 2 of them looked at the spirit coins warily and immediately dodged them. Clang! The spirit coins fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The 2 of them stared at the spirit coins, but nothing happened to them. Lad, how dare you trick us? The 2 demon sovereigns were furious and wanted to attack Yi Hao. Kill this lad and report back. All right. The 2 demon sovereigns had a simple conversation before they attacked Yi Hao. Seeing the 2 of them charging at him, Yi Hao didn't dare to fight back. After all, he was very clear about his own strength. He was definitely a match for the 2 demon sovereigns. Yi Hao took a step back and threw out a handful of spirit coins. However, this time, the 2 of them did not care about the spirit coins at all. They directly charged forward and attacked Yi Hao. Yi Hao was overjoyed when he saw their actions, but his body still retreated immediately. You bastard, you can't escape. Seeing Yi Hao retreat, one of the demon sovereigns sneered proudly. Because just by looking at Yi Hao's speed, they knew that he was no match for them. Rumble. Just as the 2 of them were about to kill Yi Hao with a single blow, the spirit coins that Yi Hao had thrown out suddenly exploded. Bang! Bang! Puff! The 2 of them turned into 2 afterimages and flew out. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood gushed out of their mouths. At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. They did not understand why the spirit coins would suddenly explode. Then, the 2 of them looked at Yi Hao as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that you did something? Haha, it's too late for you to know now. Seeing that the 2 of them had completely lost their fighting strength, Yi Hao could not help but laugh. Tell me, who sent you? Although Yi Hao had guessed that the 2 of them were most likely sent by the second princess, he still asked. If you want to know, there's no way. The 2 of them could not help but have a look of determination. If you don't want to say, then die. Yi Hao punched out with both fists and instantly shattered their heads. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon sovereign warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon sovereign warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. After Yi Hao finished killing the 2 of them, he immediately jumped onto the black-winged leopard and continued to head towards the Emperor's fallen demon forest. As for the 2 corpses, that was none of his business. In this wilderness, they would probably become food for the demonic beasts before they could be used. Strange, why haven't those 2 people returned yet? The second princess could be said to have a sleepless night. It was almost dawn and the second princess had not fallen asleep yet. Not good, princess. At this moment, the second princess's personal guard suddenly walked in. Seeing that the guard's expression was not good, the second princess could not help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" Second princess, the people we sent out were killed. The guard hurriedly finished, but did not dare to look directly into the second princess's eyes. What did you say? Bang! Hearing the guard's words, the second princess immediately shouted angrily. She directly slammed her palm on the table beside her, and the heavy table instantly shattered into pieces. Anger is harmful to the body. Second princess, please calm down. Seeing that the second princess was angry, the guard hurriedly advised. Those were 2 demon sovereigns. Why couldn't they kill that brat? Instead, the 2 of them were killed. The second princess was still unwilling to believe it. With the strength of 2 demon sovereigns, they actually could not kill Yi Hao and even lost their lives. Princess, I suspect that there should be someone secretly protecting that brat. The guard analyzed. Hearing the guard's analysis, the second princess also nodded her head in agreement. After all, she still did not believe that Yi Hao could kill 2 demon sovereigns. Send someone to continue investigating that brat's identity and his goal. I want to see what that brat wants to do. The second princess continued to order the guard. This journey is really far. Yi Hao sat on the black-winged leopard and rushed for nearly 3 days to reach the Emperor's fallen devil forest. Yi Hao could not help but murmur, One had to know that if he were to walk such a long distance alone, he would probably be exhausted to death. Fortunately, the black-winged leopard had been with him for these 3 days, reducing his burden by quite a bit. Yi Hao's first goal was not to directly enter the Emperor's fallen devil forest, but to first go to a small town in the periphery of the Emperor's fallen devil forest. This small town was called Clearwater Town, and it was a famous town in the periphery of the Emperor's fallen devil forest. The town was full of mercenaries. These mercenaries would usually accept missions in order to obtain some rewards. Of course, there were even more people who would enter the Emperor's fallen devil forest when they had nothing to do and hunt magical beasts to make a living. And even more people entered the Emperor's fallen devil forest to seek opportunities to soar to the heavens. After all, everyone knew that not only was there danger in the Emperor's fallen devil forest, there were also abundant resources. As for whether or not one could obtain those abundant resources, it completely depended on one's luck. If one accidentally discovered a powerhouse's cave abode or a powerhouse's cultivation area, that would really soar to the heavens. Therefore, even though the Emperor's fallen devil forest was filled with countless dangers, there were still people who entered without fear of death. And this Clearwater Town was the supply station for these people. In Qingshui Town, every martial artist could buy some medicinal pills or weapons that they needed. And many mercenaries lived on the tip of a blade every day. Therefore, if they were not careful, they might die in the Emperor's fallen devil forest. Chapter 847. I'll change it immediately. Brothers, please forgive me. 2 idiots. After circling around a few times, Yi Hao realized that the 2 people behind him realized that he was fooling them. He could not help but laugh disdainfully. Let's go out of the city, Yi Hao said to the black-winged leopard. This lad is finally leaving the city. The 2 of them watched as Yi Hao walked out of the city. They could not help but rejoice in their hearts. We'll take action after we leave the city. When the 2 of them realized that Yi Hao was fooling them, they were furious and wanted to attack him. However, when they saw that Yi Hao was about to leave the city, they could not help but suppress the urge to leave the city. The 2 of them followed closely behind Yi Hao, afraid that Yi Hao would do something else. How is it? The 2 of you must be impatient after following me for so long. After leaving Qianyuan City, Yi Hao suddenly turned around and said to the 2 of them, Lad, are you really not afraid of death? The 2 of them were not surprised when they saw Yi Hao suddenly stop. However, when they saw Yi Hao's calm expression, they could not help but look at Yi Hao warily. Let me give you a gift for our first meeting. Yi Hao threw the 2 spirit coins in his hand to the 2 demon sovereigns. Spirit coins? When the 2 of them saw that Yi Hao had thrown them spirit coins, they could not understand what Yi Hao was up to. The 2 of them looked at the spirit coins warily and immediately dodged them. Clang! The spirit coins fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The 2 of them stared at the spirit coins, but nothing happened to them. Lad, how dare you fool us? The 2 demon sovereigns were furious and were about to attack Yi Hao. Kill this lad and report back. All right. The 2 demon sovereigns had a simple conversation before they attacked Yi Hao. Seeing the 2 of them charging at him, Yi Hao did not dare to fight back. After all, he was very clear about his own strength. He was definitely a match for the 2 demon sovereigns. Yi Hao took a step back and threw out a handful of spirit coins. However, this time, the 2 of them did not care about the spirit coins at all. They directly charged forward and attacked Yi Hao. Yi Hao was overjoyed when he saw their actions, but his body still retreated immediately. You dog, you won't be able to escape. Seeing Yi Hao retreat, a demon supremacy sneered proudly. Because just by looking at Yi Hao's speed, they knew that he was no match for them. Rumble. Just as the 2 of them were about to kill Yi Hao with a single blow, the spirit coins that Yi Hao had thrown out suddenly exploded. Bang! Bang! Puff! The 2 of them turned into 2 afterimages and flew out. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood gushed out of their mouths. At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. They did not understand why the spirit coins would suddenly explode. Then, the 2 of them looked at Yi Hao as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that you did something? Haha, It's too late for you to know now. Seeing that the two of them had completely lost their fighting strength, Yi Hao could not help but laugh. Tell me, who sent you? Although Yi Hao had guessed that the two of them were most likely sent by the second princess, he still asked. If you want to know, there's no way. The two of them could not help but look determined. If you don't want to say, then die. Yi Hao punched out with both fists and instantly shattered their heads. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon supremacy warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon supremacy warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. After Yi Hao finished killing the two of them, he immediately jumped onto the black-winged leopard and continued to head towards the Emperor's fallen demon forest. As for the two corpses, that was none of his business. In this wilderness, they would probably become food for the demonic beasts before they could be used. Strange, why haven't those two people returned yet? The second princess could be said to have a sleepless night. It was almost dawn and the second princess had not fallen asleep yet. Not good, princess. At this moment, the second princess's personal guard suddenly walked in. Seeing that the guard's expression was not good, the second princess could not help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" "Second princess, the people we sent out were killed." The guard hurriedly finished, but did not dare to look directly into the second princess's eyes. "What did you say?" Bang! Hearing the guard's words, the second princess immediately shouted angrily. She directly slammed her palm on the table beside her, and the heavy table instantly shattered into pieces. Anger is harmful to the body. Second princess, please calm down. Seeing that the second princess was angry, the guard hurriedly advised. Those were 2 demon supremacies. Why couldn't they kill that brat? Instead, the 2 of them were killed. The second princess was still unwilling to believe it. With the strength of 2 demon supremacies, they actually could not kill Yi Hao and even lost their lives. Princess, I suspect that there should be someone secretly protecting that brat. The guard analyzed. Hearing the guard's analysis, the second princess also nodded her head in agreement. After all, she still did not believe that Yi Hao could kill 2 demon supremacies. Send someone to continue investigating that brat's identity and his goal. I want to see what that brat wants to do. The second princess continued to order the guard. This journey is really far. Yi Hao sat on the black-winged leopard and rushed for nearly 3 days to reach the Emperor's fallen devil forest. Yi Hao could not help but murmur. One had to know that if he were to walk such a long distance alone, he would probably be exhausted to death. Fortunately, the black-winged leopard had been around for these 3 days, reducing his burden by quite a bit. Yi Hao's first goal was not to directly enter the Emperor's fallen devil forest, but to first go to a small town in the periphery of the Emperor's fallen devil forest. This small town was called Clearwater Town, and it was a famous town in the periphery of the Emperor's fallen devil forest. The town was full of mercenaries. These mercenaries would usually accept missions in order to obtain some rewards. Of course, there were even more people who would enter the Emperor's fallen devil forest when they had nothing to do and hunt magical beasts to make a living. And even more people entered the Emperor's fallen devil forest to seek opportunities to soar to the heavens. After all, everyone knew that not only was there danger in the Emperor's fallen devil forest, there were also abundant resources. As for whether or not one could obtain those abundant resources, it completely depended on one's luck. If one accidentally discovered a powerhouse's cave abode or a powerhouse's cultivation area, that would really soar to the heavens. Therefore, even though the Emperor's fallen devil forest was filled with countless dangers, there were still people who entered without fear of death. And this Clearwater Town was the supply station for these people. In Qingshui Town, every martial artist could buy some medicinal pills or weapons that they needed. And many mercenaries lived on the tip of a blade every day. Therefore, if they were not careful, they might die in the Emperor's fallen devil forest. Chapter 848. I don't know the rules, but if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll let you know my rules. Yi Hao looked at Tai Lang and said coldly. Oh my God, this kid has guts. He dares to talk to Tai Lang like that, this kid is finished. But this kid seems to be fearless. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they were all shocked. Good kid, you're courting death. When Tai Lang heard Yi Hao's reply, he was instantly enraged. He swung his fist with a strong force towards Yi Hao's face. Ah! Seeing Tai Lang rushing over, the maid's face turned pale. She obviously did not expect Tai Lang to really attack. Get out of here. Seeing Tai Lang rushing over, Yi Hao's face was full of disdain. He reached out and grabbed Tai Lang's arm. Crack! With a crack, Tai Lang's arm was broken. Tai Lang immediately cried out in pain. Then, Yi Hao threw Tai Lang's body out like a sandbag. Yi Hao threw him out. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao with eyes filled with respect. They did not expect Tai Lang to be thrown out so easily. So strong. I didn't even see clearly and Tai Lang was thrown out. You really can't judge a book by its cover. This lord is really strong. I didn't expect Tai Lang to kick an iron plate today. This is really satisfying. I didn't expect Tai Lang to have such a day. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao and exclaiming in surprise. Serve the food. Yi Hao did not care about the crowd, nor did he care about Tai Lang. Instead, he said to the maid who was looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Ah! The maid quickly regained her senses and looked at Yi Hao. She asked, May I know what young master wants? Bring out the best wine and dishes in your restaurant. Yi Hao said to the maid. Young master, there's no problem with the dishes, but the wine. The maid looked troubled. What's wrong with the wine? Yi Hao asked curiously when he saw the maid's hesitation. Actually, he could have gone to drink erguatu, but he wanted to try out the specialty of this place. After all, this was just a small town. This wasn't an ordinary small town. One had to know that this was a small town right next to the Emperor Fall Devil Forest. The people who lived in this town were all quite powerful. After all, there were quite a number of Demon Emperor-level magical beasts in the outer regions of the Emperor Fall Devil Forest. And these people were able to rely on the Emperor Fall Devil Forest to live, so how could their strength be too weak? Just like Tai Lang from before. Although he had easily defeated Tai Lang's strength was actually not too weak. Tai Lang's strength had also reached the Third Order Devil Emperor realm. In terms of cultivation level, Tai Lang was 2 levels higher than him, but his strength was not as good as his. The most expensive wine in our restaurant is the Emperor Intoxication. The maid looked at Yi Hao's puzzled face and said, Emperor Intoxication, what does this name mean? Yi Hao couldn't help but feel even more curious when he heard the maid's words. Emperor Intoxication, the wine is like its name. In other words, Demon Emperor level powerhouses will get drunk and die here after drinking this wine. The maid continued to explain. However, there are many benefits to drinking this Emperor Intoxication. Most importantly, it can increase a cultivator's cultivation and strengthen a cultivator's physique. However, as long as one drinks the Emperor Intoxication, 1 cup can make one drunk for 10 days to half a month. And the lower the cultivation, the longer the drunkenness. In the past, there was a demon king who showed off his ability and drank a cup of the Emperor Intoxication. He was drunk for 3 years before waking up. However, after this person woke up, his cultivation actually broke through to the Demon Emperor realm. The maid looked at Yi Hao and slowly explained the power of the Emperor Intoxication. Everyone also pricked up their ears and listened to the maid's explanation. However, no one dared to question the maid. This was because most of them had lived in Qingshui town for a long time. However, they had long heard of the Emperor Intoxication. However, they basically didn't dare to try it. The price of the Emperor Intoxication was simply too expensive. 1 cup cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was almost half a year's income. This was also because they lived in Qingshui town, which was close to the Emperor Fallen Demon Forest and had a high income. If they lived elsewhere, they wouldn't be able to earn money for half a year. 1,000 low-grade spirit coins. Most of the spirit coins they obtained were used for their living and cultivation. How could they bear to drink such expensive wine? Rather than buying such expensive wine, they might as well buy some pills. In times of crisis, they would have some protection for their lives. Moreover, the after effects of the emperor intoxication were indeed something that they didn't dare to underestimate. After all, drinking a cup would make one drunk for 10 days to half a month. It was simply too much of a delay. Therefore, in this tavern, if someone wanted to drink the emperor intoxication, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and attract everyone's attention. As for Yi Hao, he was very interested in the emperor intoxication. He said to the maid, "Give me a pot of this emperor intoxication." "What? A pot?" When the maid heard Yi Hao's words, she was instantly stunned. She originally thought that after introducing the power of the emperor intoxication, Yi Hao would give up on the emperor intoxication. This was because she felt that Yi Hao wasn't bad, so she didn't want Yi Hao to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. However, Yi Hao directly ordered a pot of the emperor intoxication. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Many people began to look at Yi Hao mockingly. "Haha, this kid is simply too arrogant. Looking at his appearance, I reckon that one cup is enough for him to suffer. He actually dares to ask for a pot. I reckon that this kid will die from drunkenness after drinking a cup. Sigh, a newborn calf is truly not afraid of a tiger. When the time comes, he will know his mistake. Millimeter, give me a pot." Yi Hao nodded and ignored the gazes from all around. "Young master, why don't you ask for a cup first and try it?" Clearly, the maid didn't think highly of Yi Hao. The maid was afraid that Yi Hao would ask for a pot. When the time came, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to drink it, and it would be a waste. Moreover, she didn't believe that Yi Hao wouldn't get drunk after drinking the emperor intoxication. After all, for so long, no one had ever drunk the emperor intoxication and not gotten drunk. After all, that was a wine that could make a demon emperor drunk. The maid didn't believe that Yi Hao could have the cultivation of a demon emperor, so she kindly advised him. "It's fine. I'll just have a pot." Yi Hao could also see that the maid was being kind, but he still waved his hand and said, "All right then." Seeing that Yi Hao's attitude was so unyielding, the maid had no choice but to shake her head helplessly. She didn't expect that Yi Hao wouldn't listen to her advice. She seemed to have already seen the scene of Yi Hao dying from drunkenness. "Little brother, good job. It's been a long time since anyone dared to drink the emperor intoxication. I've heard that the emperor intoxication is powerful before. Today, we can finally broaden our horizons." Chapter 849. Although everyone was hooting, it wasn't hard to tell that these people were actually waiting to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. "Who is it? How dare you ask for a pot of emperor's drunken wine?" At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came from upstairs. A woman came down directly from upstairs. She was draped in a light blue veil. She bent her slender waist and walked with small steps. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her every frown and smile was soul-stirring. This person was filled with the mature charm of a woman. Her every move could arouse a man's desire. The appearance of this woman immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. In an instant, everyone held their breaths and looked at the person with burning gazes. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of many people swallowing their saliva. "If anyone dares to look around again, I'll gouge out his dog eyes." Who knew that the woman's valiant voice would suddenly ring out? Hearing the woman's valiant voice, everyone immediately shifted their gazes. This was because in Qingshui town, this person was definitely a charming flower that hooked people's souls. Although the flower was beautiful and alluring, it had poisonous thorns. One could only admire it, but not touch it. In the past, there were many people who coveted Bai Muden's beauty, but no one did it. It was so scary. All of them died suddenly and violently on the streets. Although no one could prove that it was Bai Muden who did it, as long as one wasn't a fool, one could guess. Therefore, from then on, no one dared to provoke Bai Muden in Qingshui town. However, this still couldn't change. Every time Bai Muden appeared, she would attract the attention of all the men. She's indeed a stunner. Yi Hao was also experienced and knowledgeable. Therefore, when he looked at Bai Muden, he was purely admiring her. Looking at Bai Muden, he wasn't different from other people. Unlike the others, whose eyes were filled with greed, Yi Zichen didn't dare to say anything. It seems that this young master wants the emperor's intoxicated wine. Bai Muden looked all around, and in the end, her gaze stopped on Yi Hao's body. Bai Muden smiled charmingly, then swayed her hips and walked to Yi Hao's side. At this moment, everyone's gazes were simultaneously sneaking glances at Bai Muden. However, these people did not dare to openly stare at Bai Muden. Clearly, Bai Muden's words had worked. As for Bai Muden, she was not surprised. She herself knew what these people were thinking in their hearts. However, she could not forcefully change these people's minds. Moreover, every time she appeared, she would become the center of attention. Every man wanted to take her for themselves. She was already used to it. But this time, to her surprise, when she looked into Yi Hao's eyes, she realized that there was no greed in Yi Hao's eyes. As for Yi Hao, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes as he looked at her. Then, he looked away. At this moment, Bai Muden couldn't help but feel a little interested in Yi Hao. "Young master, do you not know the power of the emperor's drunken wine in our shop?" Bai Muden's slender hands placed a pot of wine in front of Yi Hao. "If you don't have anything else, don't disturb me while I'm drinking." From the moment Bai Muden appeared, Yi Hao felt that Bai Muden was not a simple person. Therefore, he did not want to interact too much with her. After all, interacting with this kind of woman might bring him trouble. Bai Muden heard Yi Hao's words and thought that she had heard wrongly. This was the first time that she was not welcomed and was chased away. Usually, when others wanted to talk to her, she couldn't be bothered. But Yi Hao was different. When she took the initiative to talk to him, he looked impatient and ignored her. At this moment, Bai Muden even suspected that her charm had decreased. And the people around them were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The jealousy and anger in their eyes almost destroyed Yi Hao. This was their goddess, their dream lover. Even in their dreams, they wanted to talk to Bai Muden. But Bai Muden usually didn't even look at them in the eye, much less respond to them. But now, Bai Muden actually took the initiative to bring wine to Yi Hao and even spoke to Yi Hao. She was so close to Yi Hao. This made them envious. They wished that they could become Yi Hao at this moment and be so close to a beauty. But they never expected that Yi Hao would ignore Bai Muden and even ask Bai Muden not to disturb him while he was drinking. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone felt like their hearts were about to explode. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts. Yi Hao didn't know what was good for him. At the same time, they could imagine that Bai Muden would definitely be angry. Then, the atmosphere dissipated. "Young master, you ordered a pot of imperial intoxication. According to the rules, I should serve you wine." Bai Muden didn't get angry. Instead, she continued to speak with a smile. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Was this still the thorny and hot-tempered Bai Muden? Why did she seem like a different person? "Oh, you mean, you want to serve me wine?" Yi Hao didn't expect that Bai Muden wouldn't leave. Instead, he looked at Bai Muden with interest. "That's right." Bai Muden smiled charmingly. Just as Bai Muden finished speaking, Yi Hao suddenly reached out and pulled Bai Muden into his arms, making her sit on his lap. Even Bai Muden didn't expect that Yi Hao would be so daring to do such a thing. A trace of fury appeared in Bai Pianist's eyes at this moment. After all, in Qingshui town, who dared to be disrespectful to her? Who asked them to be so frivolous to her? Even if there were in the past, they no longer existed in this world. This kid is crazy. How dare he provoke Bai Muden? I think this kid's life is coming to an end. Everyone saw that Yi Hao actually pulled Bai Muden into his arms. No one envied Yi Hao at all. Instead, they looked at Yi Hao with pity. Because to them, Yi Hao was about to die. One must know that those who had designs on Bai Muden in the past weren't as daring as Yi Hao, but they all died tragically. And how could such a daring person have a good ending? "Why? Didn't you say you want to serve me wine? If you don't want to, then leave quickly." Yi Hao naturally sensed Bai Muden's anger. He released his grip and said nonchalantly. Bai Muden was stunned. She didn't know whether to get up or continue sitting on Yi Hao's lap. Because Yi Hao was right. She was the one who suggested to serve Yi Hao wine. Bai Muden's anger was replaced by a smile again. She didn't get up. She looked at Yi Hao and asked softly, "How would you like me to serve you, young master?" "Then feed this young master some wine." Yi Hao didn't expect Bai Muden to stay on his lap. He wasn't afraid as he spoke. "Looks like this kid has really lost his mind. He even wants Bai Muden to feed him wine. He's really courting death. Bai Muden is afraid. I wonder if this kid will have the life to drink it." Chapter 850. Just when everyone thought that Bai Muden was about to lose his temper, Bai Muden actually picked up his wine cup and started to pour. "How would I dare to disobey young master's orders?" Bai Muden said with a smile. "What's going on? White Peony didn't eat the wrong medicine today, right? Bai Muden, are you really going to feed this kid wine?" Everyone looked at Bai Muden's actions and Bai Muden's words. Their jaws almost dropped. "Come, young master, open your mouth." Bai Muden raised his wine cup and said to Yi Hao. Yi Hao glanced at Bai Muden and did not refuse. He opened his mouth directly. Bai Muden raised his wine cup and sneered in his heart, "I don't believe that you can't get drunk." Bai Muden poured the wine directly into Yi Hao's mouth. Yi Hao felt the wine enter his mouth. A unique wine aroma stimulated his taste buds and flowed down his throat. Yi Hao couldn't help but close his eyes and enjoy it. At this moment, a wave of drunkenness swam up his head. But Yi Hao felt that it was not just the effect of the wine. It seemed to be the effect of the medicine. Of course, the medicine was only beneficial to the human body. There shouldn't be any harm. Haha, looks like this kid is going to get drunk. Of course. Don't you know what kind of wine that is? It's the drunken emperor. How dare he ask for a jug of wine with this ability? He's overestimating himself. Everyone saw Yi Hao close his eyes and see Yi Hao's body sway. This meant that Yi Hao was drunk. Everyone couldn't help but mock him. Bai Muden couldn't help but shake her head. Disappointment flashed in her eyes. She thought that Yi Hao was really capable and different from others. That was why he dared to ask for a jug of the drunken emperor. Now it seemed that Yi Hao was just showing off. Thinking of this, Bai Muden was about to get up. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Just as Yi Hao was starting to feel more and more drunk, the system notification suddenly sounded. As for the drunkenness from before, it actually disappeared in an instant. Yi Hao did not expect that he would gain 10,000 experience just by drinking a glass of wine. Yi Hao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He suddenly opened his eyes. Good wine. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, they were all shocked. Everyone thought that Yi Hao was already drunk. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would suddenly speak? The ridicule on everyone's faces disappeared in an instant. They all looked at Yi Hao in shock. This brat is actually not drunk. This brat is so powerful. He actually drank a cup of Emperor's intoxication and still didn't get drunk. This brat does have some skills. I wonder if he can still drink. What? You want to leave before you're done serving me? Yi Hao saw that Bai Muden was about to get up and couldn't help but pull Bai Muden back. Bai Muden bumped into his arms again. Yi Hao said, Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao, who seemed to be sober. He was also very surprised. However, Bai Muden still suppressed the surprise in his heart. Young master, how is this wine? It's not bad. Continue to fill my cup. To be honest, the taste of this Emperor's intoxication was indeed not bad for Yi Hao. That taste was still lingering in his mind, making him reminisce endlessly. Of course, he couldn't deny that the after-effects of the Emperor's intoxication were indeed very strong. If not for the system, he would probably be drunk now. But fortunately, the system was here. Now, he could taste the delicious wine without getting drunk and even gain experience points. Why not? Bai Muden couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that Yi Hao really didn't feel anything? One had to know that no one knew the power of this Emperor's intoxication better than she did. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even the Demon Emperor would be drunk to death after drinking it. Bai Muden suppressed his shock and continued to fill Yi Hao's cup with the emperor's intoxication. I want to see if you're really not drunk or if you're just pretending. Bai Muden thought to himself. At the same time, he sent the wine into Yi Hao's mouth. At this moment, everyone present, including Bai Muden, had their eyes on Yi Hao. The originally noisy restaurant was now terrifyingly quiet. As the wine entered his mouth, Yi Hao naturally closed his eyes again and enjoyed the charm of the emperor's intoxication. Needless to say, the more Yi Hao drank this emperor's intoxication, the more memorable it was. Of course, when the emperor's intoxication completely entered his stomach, he immediately felt sleepy again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. And the system's notification sounded very timely. Continue. Yi Hao opened his eyes and looked at Bai Muden in his arms. Oh. Okay. Bai Muden obviously didn't expect that Yi Hao's consciousness was still so clear. When he heard Yi Hao's words, he was slightly stunned at first, but he immediately reacted and poured another cup for Yi Hao. Could it be that he can really drink so much? At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao in shock. One had to know that the emperor's intoxication was very famous in Qingshui town. No one had ever been able to drink 3 cups of the emperor's intoxication and still be conscious. And Yi Hao was about to drink his 3rd cup at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Hao nervously. Actually, Yi Hao being able to drink 2 cups of the emperor's intoxication in a row and still not get drunk was enough to shock everyone present. Just as Bai Muden finished pouring the 3rd cup of the emperor's intoxication. Who knew that a group of people would suddenly rush in downstairs? Who dared to throw away my brother and not give the Iron Tiger mercenary troop any face? Iron Tiger said directly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Why was it so quiet? And these people are usually very fearful when they see me. Why are they looking so unhappy now? Iron Tiger scanned the surroundings and realized that the people who usually saw him were like mice seeing a cat. At this moment, each and every one of them was looking at him with dissatisfaction. Ah, this is Bai Muden. When Iron Tiger saw Bai Muden sitting in Yi Hao's arms, his eyes almost popped out. To be honest, Iron Tiger was also very envious of Bai Muden, but he didn't dare to provoke Bai Muden at all. As for White Peony, she had always rejected any man 1,000 miles away. But now, when he saw Bai Muden sitting in Yi Hao's arms, Iron Tiger wondered if he was dreaming. Who exactly is this brat? Iron Tiger couldn't help secretly sizing up Yi Hao. Brother, it's him. He's the one who hit me. At this moment, Iron Wolf stood out and pointed at Yi Hao angrily. His head was bandaged and his hands were also bandaged. But when Iron Wolf saw Bai Muden in Yi Hao's arms, he was immediately stunned. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. One must know that he, Iron Wolf, had been secretly in love with Bai Muden for a long time. But Bai Muden had never looked at him in the eye. But now, Bai Muden was sitting in Yi Hao's arms. More importantly, Yi Hao was even teaching him a lesson. How could he accept this? PFFF. Iron Wolf couldn't help but feel anger in his heart. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 851. Big Brother, help me kill him. Tai Lang's eyes were about to spit fire as he pointed at Yi Hao. Tai, who hadn't expected that the person who had injured Tai Lang would actually be Yi Hao. Brothers, teach this brat a lesson. He has to pay the price for bullying brother Tai, who gestured at the mercenaries behind him. Don't blame me for being impolite if anyone disturbs me while I'm drinking, Yi Hao said coldly without looking at Tai Hu. Drinking? Is this the imperial intoxication? Tai Hu's gaze couldn't help but land on the wine jug on the table when he heard Yi Hao's words. One had to know that the intoxicated emperor in this restaurant had a special wine pot. Tai Hu couldn't resist his curiosity and had tried the imperial intoxication in the past. He naturally recognized the imperial intoxication's wine jug and smelled the fragrance of the wine in the air. It definitely couldn't be faked. Don't do anything yet. Tai Hu couldn't help but smile at everyone when he saw that Yi Hao was drinking the imperial intoxication. That was because he knew the power of the emperor's intoxication. Even if it was him, after drinking a cup, he directly became drunk for half a month. In his opinion, as long as Yi Hao was drunk to death, it would be even easier to deal with Yi Hao when the time came. After receiving Tai Hu's order, the mercenaries that Tai Hu had brought stood behind him quietly. Although Tai Lang didn't say anything, he couldn't help but sneer when he heard that Yi Hao was drinking the imperial intoxication. Back then, when he had seen Tai Hu drink the imperial intoxication, he had also been extremely envious. Therefore, he had also tried the imperial intoxication. However, he had been even worse than Tai Hu. He had only drunk half a cup of the imperial intoxication and had been drunk to death for over a month. Therefore, in his opinion, although Yi Hao was stronger than him, his condition definitely wouldn't be any better after drinking the imperial intoxication. As long as Yi Hao was drunk to death, then Yi Hao would be at his mercy. What are you still standing there for? Yi Hao simply didn't take Tai Hu and the others seriously. Yi Hao said when he saw that Bai Muden was still not moving. When Bai Muden heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately picked up his wine glass and began to feed Yi Hao. Bai Muden could not help but remind him softly, "This Tai Hu's strength is not ordinary. Young master must be careful. Just a bunch of trash," Yi Hao said softly, then downed the wine in his glass. "This bastard is so arrogant." Tai Hu naturally knew that the trash Yi Hao was referring to was them. He was instantly enraged. However, seeing Yi Hao drinking the intoxicated emperor's wine in one gulp, Tai Hu did not rush to make a move. The rest of the people also looked at Yi Hao with a look of admiration. Who was Tai Hu? Almost no one in Qingshui town dared to provoke him. On the other hand, Tai Hu relied on his own strength to tyrannically abuse his power in Qingshui town. But Yi Hao was probably the first person who dared to call Iron Tiger trash. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. After downing a glass of wine, Yi Hao gained another 10,000 experience points. This bastard is actually not drunk. Tai Hu saw that Yi Hao opened his eyes without the slightest hint of drunkenness and could not help but exclaim in surprise. How is this possible? How can he not be drunk? Seeing that Yi Hao was not drunk after drinking a glass, Tai Lang's heart felt as if it had taken 10,000 hits. After all, it was fine if his strength was not as good as Yi Hao's, but who knew that even his drinking was not as good as Yi Hao's? Although his strength was much stronger than before, he was still unable to drink a glass of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk. Could this be the reincarnation of the god of wine? This is 3 glasses and he's still not drunk. He's simply my idol. When the crowd saw that Yi Hao was not drunk after drinking 3 glasses of the intoxicated emperor's wine, the way they looked at Yi Hao changed once again. Many people were shocked and started to worship Yi Hao. Because in Qingshui town, Yi Hao was definitely the first person to drink 3 glasses of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk. What? This is the 3rd glass. When Tai Hu heard what the crowd said, his initial surprise turned into astonishment. Impossible. How can someone drink 3 glasses of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk? Tai Lang's face was filled with disbelief. Under the shocked and doubtful gazes of Tai Hu and Tai Lang, Bai Muden simply took the wine jug and poured it into Yi Hao's mouth. When the crowd saw this scene, they were completely stunned. The intoxicated emperor's wine can be drunk like this. The crowd looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. When Yi Hao saw Bai Muden's actions, he did not refuse. Everyone's gaze landed on Yi Hao. They wanted to see if Yi Hao could really drink the entire jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine. Splash! The clear wine from the intoxicated emperor's wine was poured into Yi Hao's mouth by Bai Muden. The crowd didn't even dare to blink, afraid that they would miss a wonderful moment. Yi Hao realized that this kind of drinking from the jug had a different taste. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 experience point. The system sounded 7 times in a row, and the intoxicated emperor's wine in the wine jug was completely drunk by him. Everyone looked carefully at Yi Hao and realized that Yi Hao's face was still not red, his heart was not beating, and there was no sign of drunkenness on his face. Is this still the intoxicated emperor's wine? This intoxicated emperor's wine can't be fake, right? How can someone drink a jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine and be completely fine? At this moment, other than shock, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. However, there were also people who, like Tai Lang, were suspicious. This intoxicated emperor's wine has always been in my custody. It can't be fake. Hearing the discussions around him, Bai Muden was unwilling to believe it. Someone could drink a jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk. However, Yi Hao had done it. Therefore, she directly spoke up for Yi Hao. When everyone heard Bai Muden's testimony, they couldn't help but believe that Yi Hao could drink a jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk. Is there any more intoxicated emperor's wine? Bring them all up, Yi Hao said to Bai Muden. Yi Hao naturally didn't want to miss out on this kind of good wine that was delicious and could give him experience points. All right, young master, please wait a moment. Bai Muden heard Yi Hao's words and immediately got up to go upstairs. In fact, the fact that Yi Hao could drink an entire jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine had aroused Bai Muden's interest. He wanted to see just how much Yi Hao could drink. On the other hand, although Tai Lang wanted to kill Yi Hao and tear Yi Hao to pieces, when he saw Yi Hao drink an entire jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk, he was instantly frightened. Tai Hu was the same. This was because Tai Hu knew that even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't be able to drink an entire jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine. When everyone heard that Yi Hao had drunk an entire jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine and wanted to drink more, they couldn't help but gasp. After all, Yi Hao was definitely the only person who could drink an entire jug of the intoxicated emperor's wine and not get drunk. Chapter 852. Young Master, the wine is here. Just as everyone was stunned, Bai Muden swayed her hips and walked down with 3 jugs of Emperor's intoxicated wine in her slender hands. Tai Hu and Tai Lang subconsciously made way for Bai Muden. Young Master, do you still need me to serve you wine? Bai Muden suppressed her shock and asked Yi Hao. How can I refuse a beauty serving me? Yi Hao watched as Bai Muden placed the wine on the table and pulled Bai Muden onto his lap. Bai Muden didn't refuse and picked up the wine jug. Come, young master, open your mouth. Everyone watched with rapt attention. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Hao to drink from the pot as soon as he came up. It would be fine if it was ordinary wine, but this was Emperor's intoxicated wine. Do you think he will get drunk after drinking this jug? It's hard to say. After all, who can drink a jug of Emperor's intoxicated wine? Didn't you see him drinking a jug of Emperor's intoxicated wine as if nothing had happened? Everyone was discussing and looking at Yi Hao as if he was a monster. Big brother, do you want to do it? Tai Lang watched as Yi Hao drank the wine with a beautiful woman in his arms with a look of enjoyment. He felt even more jealous and couldn't help but ask Tai Hu. Tai Hu looked serious and waved his hand. There's no hurry. I want to see how much this kid can drink. Swoosh. Soon, a jug of Emperor's intoxicated wine was poured into Yi Hao's mouth by Bai Muden. Yi Hao closed his eyes in enjoyment and felt the Emperor's intoxicated wine stimulate his taste buds. At the same time, the system's joyful voice sounded in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Again, Yi Hao ordered Bai Muden after drinking a jug of Emperor's intoxicated wine. All right. Bai Muden suppressed the shock in his heart and picked up another pot of Emperor's intoxicated wine. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were like stormy waves, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I drank another pot. 2 pots of drunk Emperor, that's 20 cups. 20 cups of Emperor's drunken Emperor, yet he's not drunk. Is he still human? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Again, Yi Hao's voice exploded in the crowd. All right. Bai Muden looked at the empty flagon in his hand, and his voice actually trembled a little. This is the third pot. Everyone looked at Yi Hao, who was not drunk at all. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Wait a moment. Just as Bai Muden was about to pick up the wine jug, Tai Lang's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing Tai Lang's voice, everyone turned their gazes to Tai Lang, not knowing what he was going to do. Second brother? Tai Hu also looked at Tai Lang in confusion, not knowing what Tai Lang was going to do. I suspect that this isn't Emperor's intoxicated wine, Tai Lang said decisively. One had to know that he had drunk Emperor's intoxicated wine before. He didn't believe that Yi Hao could drink 3 pots of Emperor's intoxicated wine in a row and not be drunk at all. Tai Lang, what do you mean? Are you suspecting me? Or are you suspecting my restaurant? How could I use fake wine? Don't look at how Bai Muden's attitude towards Yi Hao was so good. But to others, Bai Muden would not be so polite. Especially when she heard Tai Lang suspect that there was a problem with her wine, she directly shouted angrily. Whether there's a problem with the wine or not, let me try it and we'll know. Don't make fake wine and fool us here. Tai Lang looked at Bai Muden and said. Second brother. When Tai Hu heard Tai Lang's words, he was afraid that Tai Lang would offend Bai Muden and couldn't help but say anxiously. Big brother, it's not like you haven't drunk Emperor's intoxicated wine before. Don't you know the power of Emperor's intoxicated wine? Can you believe that someone can drink 3 pots of Emperor's intoxicated wine? Tai Lang looked at Tai Hu and couldn't help but ask. When Tai Hu heard Tai Lang's words, he clearly agreed with Tai Lang's view. Although there was no problem with the pot of Emperor's intoxicated wine, and there was no problem with the smell of Emperor's intoxicated wine in the air. But like Tai Lang, he didn't believe that someone could drink 3 pots of Emperor's intoxicated wine. So there was only one possibility, and that was that there was a problem with the wine. Could it be that there really is a problem with the wine? I think it's possible. There has never been anyone who can drink 3 cups of Emperor's intoxicated wine, let alone 3 pots of it. I knew it. Who could be so amazing to drink so much Emperor's intoxicated wine and not get drunk? When everyone heard Tai Lang's words, they all couldn't help but doubt it. When Bai Muden heard everyone's words, she frowned. After all, if there was a problem with the Emperor's intoxicated wine, it would definitely affect the reputation of her tavern. If Boss Bai wants to prove that there's no problem with your wine, then let me have a taste. As Tai Lang spoke, he reached out to take the pot of Emperor's intoxicated wine. Looking at Tai Lang's actions, Yi Hao said coldly, I've said it before. I don't like to be disturbed when I drink. Tai Lang sneered and ignored Yi Hao. Whoosh tilde just as Tai Lang's hand was about to take the pot of Emperor's intoxicated wine, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Tilde Tai Lang immediately covered his hand and began to scream in pain. There was a chopstick stuck in Tai Lang's hand, and blood instantly covered Tai Lang's hand. Second brother. Kid, you're courting death. Tai Hu saw that Tai Lang's hand was injured and immediately became anxious. Men, kill this kid for me. Tai Hu immediately waved his hand and ordered the people behind him. No one expected that a fight would break out so quickly, and they all began to step back. Just as everyone was about to attack, Bai Muden suddenly looked at Tai Hu and said coldly, Tai Hu, do it. If you dare to do anything here, I, Bai Muden, will never forgive you. You. When Tai Hu heard Bai Muden's words, his eyes were filled with anger as he clenched his fist. To be honest, he was still afraid of Bai Muden. Otherwise, he would have torn down this tavern. At this moment, Tai Hu was filled with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. Fine, if you don't attack, then it proves that there's no problem with your wine. If there's no problem with your wine, then I, Tai Hu, will take my men and leave. Otherwise, HMPH. Tai Hu snorted coldly after he finished speaking. That. When Bai Muden heard Tai Hu's words, she was put in a difficult position. It wasn't because her wine was fake, but because Yi Hao said that he didn't want anyone to disturb him when he was drinking. Bai Muden couldn't see through Yi Hao, so he didn't dare to go against Yi Hao's wishes. Chapter 853. I, by Muden, am an upright person. How could there be a problem with the wine? By Muden retorted when she heard Taihu's words. Since there's no problem, why doesn't Boss Bai dare to let us test it? Don't you think so? Taihu asked the crowd in the restaurant after he finished speaking. That's right. An upright person is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Let him test it. If there's no problem, why don't you let him test it? Don't tell me this imperial drunken wine is fake. If it's fake, then aren't you playing with us? To think that I was shocked for half a day. Taihu's words stirred up the crowd's emotions. One by one, they spoke up. Young master, this. Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao awkwardly. There was a trace of pity in her expression. Since he wants to test it, let him test it. Yi Hao said when he saw Bai Muden's pleading gaze. Bai Muden was stunned when she heard Yi Hao's words. She was delighted. She hadn't expected Yi Hao to agree. If Yi Hao insisted on not testing it, she really didn't know what to do. Bai Muden couldn't help but look at Yi Hao and express her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Taihu, since you want to test it, then do it quickly. Don't delay young master from drinking. Bai Muden looked at Taihu and said coldly. You go and have a drink. Taihu said to a mercenary beside him who was about as strong as him. Yes. The mercenary walked to the table after receiving Taihu's order. However, the mercenary looked at the wine jug on the table, then looked at Yi Hao. His gaze then fell on Taihu's hand, and he didn't dare to touch it. Trash. Bai Muden looked at the mercenary and couldn't help but say disdainfully. She poured a cup of imperial drunken wine and threw it at the mercenary. The mercenary hurriedly grabbed it and looked at Taihu. Taihu nodded at him and drank the cup of Emperor's drunken emperor himself. Everyone's attention was on the mercenary. Because whether or not the mercenaries would get drunk would mean that Yi Hao's imperial drunken wine was real. Bang! In less than 10 seconds after the mercenary drank the drunken emperor, his body suddenly started to sway and he fell to the ground. Yes. Iron Tiger looked at the drunk mercenary lying on the ground in disbelief. He kicked the mercenary, but the mercenary didn't react at all. Could it be that Di-Ren intoxication is real? Taihu thought to himself. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Hao. It's actually the real Di-Ren intoxication. Heavens! There's actually someone who can drink 3 jugs of Emperor's intoxication. How did he do it? He's too powerful. Other people get drunk after drinking 1 cup, but he can drink 3 pots like it's a game. There's no reaction at all. Now that everyone looked at the mercenary, none of them dared to doubt Yi Hao anymore. They also didn't dare to doubt that the Di-Ren intoxication was fake. How is it, Taihu? Do you still want to say that the Di-Ren intoxication is fake? Bai Muden sneered at Taihu, who didn't look too happy. Let's go. Taihu looked at Yi Hao and then at Bai Muden before snorting coldly. Big brother, you have to help me take revenge. We can't leave. Although Tai Lang saw that the Di-Ren intoxication was real, he was still unwilling to leave when he heard that Taihu wanted to leave. One had to know that he had already suffered twice in front of Yi Hao today. At first, it was only his arm that was broken. But now, one of his arms was crippled. If he left now and didn't take revenge, then he wouldn't be able to survive in Qingshui town in the future. You want to leave? We haven't settled the score yet. Yi Hao picked up the wine jug and took a sip before sneering. Since they had interrupted his drinking, they naturally had to pay the price. Settle the score. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Taihu frowned even more. Yi Hao had injured Tai Lang. It was good enough that he didn't settle the score with Yi Hao. Could it be that Yi Hao wanted to settle the score with him? I said that no one can disturb my drinking. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared. If it wasn't the heavenly yin spirit, what else could it be? What the hell is this? When he saw the heavenly yin spirit appear, although Taihu didn't know what it was, he could sense a dangerous aura from it. Just as Taihu and the Iron Tiger mercenary group were still on guard, the heavenly yin spirit suddenly moved and flew towards Taihu and the others. Then, a series of screams rang out. By the time everyone reacted, The heavenly yin spirit had already disappeared. When everyone looked at Tai Hu and the others again, they realized that Tai Hu and the others had already turned into corpses. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 1 demon emperor warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 experience point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 demon emperor warrior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3000 experience point. Ding dong! The system's voice kept ringing, but there were no experts above the rank of demon emperor in the Iron Tiger mercenary group. Hence, Yi Hao wasn't interested at all. After all, killing these people wasn't as good as drinking a jug of wine. The experience points gained were more. Serve the wine. Yi Hao threw the wine jug in his hand. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with fear in their eyes. After all, this was one of the top mercenary groups in Qingshui town. They were annihilated just like that. And Yi Hao, who did all this, didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if annihilating the Iron Tiger mercenary group was like annihilating a nest of ants. At this moment, everyone knew that Yi Hao was definitely not to be trifled with. After all, who could drink the Emperor's drunken wine so heartily? Who could annihilate the Iron Tiger mercenary group so easily? They found it hard to believe that all this was done by the young man in front of them, Yi Hao. At the same time, they also knew that the Iron Tiger mercenary group had kicked an iron plate this time, and it wasn't an ordinary iron plate. Perhaps Tai Hu didn't expect that he would die so easily even before he died. If Tai Hu was given a chance, he wouldn't dare to find trouble with Yi Hao even if he was beaten to death. But at this moment, he didn't even have the chance to regret it because he was already dead. And in Qingshui town, the infamous Iron Tiger mercenary group had really announced their disappearance. Take out all the Emperor's drunken wine in your shop. Yi Hao looked at Bai Muden, who was still in a daze in his arms, and continued to speak. When Bai Muden heard Yi Hao's words, she quickly recovered from her shock. Bai Muden quickly got up and said respectfully to Yi Hao, "Princess, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Bai Muden guessed that Yi Hao wasn't ordinary, but she really didn't expect Yi Hao to be even stronger than she imagined. Although she wasn't afraid of the Iron Tiger, she also knew that the Iron Tiger mercenary group wasn't that easy to deal with. But Yi Hao didn't even make a move, and everyone in the Iron Tiger mercenary group was killed. Chapter 854. What on earth is that? Not only Bai Muden, but everyone present could not help but think of the heavenly yin spirit. Because they had never seen the heavenly yin spirit before, they naturally did not know what it was. But the power of the heavenly yin spirit was obvious to all of them. Bai Muden quickly brought the maids over. Almost 20 pots of drunken emperor wine were all placed on the table in front of Yi Hao. This time, Bai Muden did not dare to sit on Yi Hao's lap like before. Instead, she stood trembling at the side. There was a trace of fear in her eyes towards Yi Hao. "Young master, this is all the drunken emperor wine in our shop," Bai Muden said as she looked at the wine in front of her. Bai Muden did not know why she had a feeling that the drunken emperor wine in front of her was not enough for Yi Hao to drink. When this thought came to her mind, even she was shocked. After all, these were 20 pots of drunken emperor wine. As for Yi Hao, he had already drunk 4 pots. Bai Muden could not imagine what kind of monster Yi Hao was. How could he be so good at drinking? "Are you afraid of me?" Yi Hao looked at the slightly reserved Bai Muden. Compared to the charming Bai Muden from before, she was like a completely different person. "No." Bai Muden quickly shook her head when she heard Yi Hao's words. But before she could finish speaking, Yi Hao pulled her into his arms domineeringly. "Since you are not, serve me wine. You don't have to stand there in a daze. Eat and drink when you need to." Yi Hao did not like to be disturbed. But that was also for those who wanted to cause trouble for him. As for those who were drinking, Yi Hao could not be bothered with them and could not help but speak up. "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the onlookers quickly agreed. They were afraid that if they disobeyed Yi Hao would attack them. But the onlookers only returned to their seats and did not dare to speak loudly. After all, they still remembered that Yi Hao had said that he did not like to be disturbed when he was drinking. They were afraid that if their actions were too loud, they would anger Yi Hao. You don't have to be so reserved. I don't kill innocent people. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and could not help but laugh. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the crowd slowly relaxed. Seeing that Yi Hao really did not care about them, they could finally relax. The restaurant, which had been eerily quiet, slowly became noisy. However, everyone was secretly looking at Yi Hao. To be exact, they were looking at those jugs of wine. Why do I feel like it's even easier for him to drink the emperor's intoxication than drinking water? This is already the 7th pot, right? How did he do it? Not getting drunk after 1,000 cups is nothing more than this. Everyone secretly looked at Yi Hao and could not help but whisper among themselves. Everyone was so shocked that they were almost numb. And the most shocked person was Bai Muden. How much can he drink? Bai Muden looked at the dozen or so bottles of wine left on the table. But she realized that Yi Hao's face did not show any signs of drunkenness. It was as if Yi Hao's stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much wine he drank, he could hold it. Most importantly, it was as if the wine had no effect on Yi Hao at all. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Yi Hao did not care about the crowd's shock. He only cared about being able to enjoy the delicious taste of the emperor's intoxication and gain a large amount of experience points. Yi Hao kept drinking the emperor's intoxication as the experience points in his mind kept ringing. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark, and the emperor's intoxication in front of Yi Hao was finished. Cough. Yi Hao snorted comfortably, but the people around him were already numb. Because they did not expect Yi Hao to really drink all the wine, that was more than 20 bottles of the emperor's intoxication. This was not ordinary wine. It was wine that was enough to make a demon emperor-level powerhouse drunk to death. Yi Hao, on the other hand, drank a full 20+ jugs and was still safe and sound. Young master, it's already late. Let me arrange a guest room for you to rest. Bai Muden looked at the empty wine bottles scattered on the table and suppressed the shock in her heart as she spoke to Yi Hao. All right. Yi Hao readily agreed to Bai Muden's words. After all, he had been on the road for a few days. It was time for him to have a good rest. Young master, please come with me. Bai Muden stood up. Ah. Who knew that Bai Muden would lose her balance and fall directly? Yi Hao reacted quickly and pulled Bai Muden into his arms. My legs are numb, Bai Muden said embarrassedly. After all, she had been sitting on Yi Hao's lap and serving Yi Hao wine for almost an entire day. Sitting on Yi Hao's lap, she did not dare to move. It would be strange if her legs were not numb. Seeing Bai Muden being pulled into Yi Hao's arms, such an intimate action. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with envy and jealousy in their eyes, but there was nothing they could do. After all, even the Iron Tiger mercenary group was destroyed by him. They were nothing compared to the Iron Tiger mercenary group. Young master, let go of me first. I can stand properly now. Bai Muden did not know why, but she could not show her valiant side in front of Yi Hao and said timidly, Young master, this is our best room. You can rest first. Bai Muden brought Yi Hao to the 3rd floor and pointed to a room as she spoke to Yi Hao. The moment Yi Hao stepped into the room, he smelled a refreshing fragrance. Looking at the tidy room, it was much better than what he expected. Yi Hao could not help but nod in satisfaction. Young master, is there anything else you need? Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao and asked. No, you can leave first. Yi Hao said to Bai Muden and closed the door. Bai Muden looked at the tightly shut door in front of her and couldn't help but secretly say in her heart, really a person who can't be fathomed. Bai Muden did not know why, but when Yi Hao closed the door, she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. She had never felt this way before. Looks like it's really me. Emperor Wen has been drinking too much and is a little drunk. Bai Muden suddenly thought of an excuse. She shook her head and walked to the room next door. Yi Hao lay on the bed. He did not know if it was because he was tired or because he had drunk so much emperor wine, but sleepiness quickly overwhelmed him. Chapter 855. Millimeter. Yi Hao couldn't help but stretch in the morning. Looking at this unfamiliar room, Yi Hao suddenly became energetic. But immediately, Yi Hao remembered where he was. It seems that it's time to enter the Emperor's fallen demon forest. Thinking of this, Yi Hao immediately got up and opened the door. Young master, you're awake. I've already prepared the things for you to wash up. Go wash up first. The moment Yi Hao opened the door next to him also suddenly opened. Bai Muden walked out and said to him with a smile. Seeing Bai Muden, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. He felt that Bai Muden now seemed to be more charming than yesterday. Thank you. Yi Hao immediately thanked Bai Muden for his good intentions. Young master, have you finished washing up? Come down and eat. Just as Yi Hao finished washing up, Bai Muden's voice sounded again. Okay. Yi Hao walked downstairs and found that Bai Muden had already prepared some pastries for him. Young master, you drank so much yesterday. You're probably starving now. Bai Muden smiled and pulled out a chair for him. Boss Bai, you don't have to be so polite. Seeing Bai Muden being so polite, even Yi Hao's opponent was not used to it. Young master, don't call me boss. Just call me Peony. Bai Muden said with a smile. Yi Hao was a little better. The maids in Bai Muden's restaurant were completely stunned when they saw Bai Muden. What's going on? Boss has never been so nice to any man before. This isn't just nice. This is simply too nice. Is this still the valiant boss we know? Several maids stood together and whispered to each other. I wonder what young master has come to Emperor Fall Devil Forest for? Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao and asked curiously. Training. Yi Hao replied when he heard Bai Muden's words. Oh. When will you be leaving? Bai Muden continued to ask. Finish your food. So fast. When Bai Muden heard Yi Hao's words, for some reason, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. By the way, old Bai. Peony, do you know anything about the hidden Emperor's secret realm? Yi Hao remembered that Bai Muden was the owner of this restaurant. Normally, customers would come in and out of the tavern, so they should have heard a lot of things. So, he couldn't help but ask. Senpou's secret realm? Young master, are you interested in the Senpai secret realm as well? Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao. She seemed to know about the Senpai secret realm. Yes. Yi Hao nodded and didn't deny it. According to what I heard, the Senpou mystic realm should open in 3 days, Bai Muden replied. 3 days. It seems that there is still enough time. Yi Hao couldn't help but nod when he heard Bai Muden's words. At the very least, he had heard some useful confidence from White Peony. One had to know that although the middle-aged tour guide had told him about the Senpou mystic realm, he had only heard of its name. As for the location and opening time of the Senpou mystic realm, that middle-aged tour guide really didn't know anything about it. Then do you know where the Senpou mystic realm is? Yi Hao looked at Bai Muden and asked. Because if Bai Muden knew the location of the Senpou mystic realm and told him, it would save him a lot of trouble. That would save him a lot of trouble. He wouldn't have to waste time searching for the buried Emperor's secret realm. However, he didn't expect Bai Muden to know the location of the Senpou mystic realm. After all, Bai Muden was just the owner of the tavern. In Yi Hao's opinion, it was already very good that Bai Muden knew the opening time of the Senpou mystic realm. Although he didn't expect Bai Muden to know the location of the Senpou mystic realm, he still looked at Bai Muden expectantly. Bai Muden looked at Yi Hao expectantly. He couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Then, he asked, do you know that the Senpou mystic realm might be filled with danger? Yi Hao's heart lit up when he heard Bai Muden's words. He looked at Bai Muden excitedly and said, could it be that you really know the location of the Senpou mystic realm? Bai Muden nodded and said, yes, I know the location of the Senpou mystic realm. However, I also know that entering the Senpou mystic realm is filled with danger. Sometimes, danger and opportunity coexist. Please tell me the location of the Senpou mystic realm. Yi Hao looked at Bai Muden and said, do you really want to know? Bai Muden actually didn't want to tell Yi Hao the location of the Senpou mystic realm. After all, She had heard that there were many demon sovereigns participating in the Tsenpo mystic realm this time. Moreover, because it was a mystic realm for Atman body realm experts, it might even attract demon sovereigns. Even if there were no demon sovereigns, a mystic realm for Atman body realm experts wasn't that easy to enter. Therefore, entering the Tsenpo mystic realm was filled with danger. Bai Muden didn't want to see Yi Hao in danger. However, if Yi Hao forced himself to know, she wouldn't hide it from him. This was because she knew that if Yi Hao really wanted to enter the Tsenpo mystic realm, even if she didn't tell Yi Hao the location, Yi Hao would definitely be able to find it. Therefore, if Yi Hao really wanted to enter the Tsenpo mystic realm, she would also tell Yi Hao. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission to explore the Tsenpo mystic realm. Mission completed. You will receive 1 level reward and the right to summon the demon sovereigns permanently. At this moment, Yi Hao suddenly heard the system's notification in his mind. Yes. Yi Hao nodded at Bai Muden. Alright then, please wait for a moment. Bai Muden looked at the maid behind her and said, go and prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yes, boss. Upon receiving Bai Muden's order, a maid hurriedly ran down and quickly brought over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Bai Muden immediately began to draw. Bai Muden's drawing skills were also very accomplished, and the way he drew was also very decent. After a while, Bai Muden's pen had clearly completed a map. Bai Muden moved the map in front of Yi Hao and said, young master, this is the route to the Tsenpo mystic realm. Bai Muden marked out some of the important positions and said, if I'm not wrong, the Tsenpo mystic realm should be in this position. Bai Muden pointed at a position on the map and said. Yi Hao looked at the map. He didn't understand the layout of the demon forest of Fallen Emperor. However, when he saw the map that Bai Muden had drawn, he could see it very clearly. This was because Bai Muden had drawn the route from Qingshui town to the Tsenpo mystic realm. The route between them could be said to be drawn very clearly. Thank you, Miss Peony. After Yi Hao finished looking at the map, he immediately put it away and thanked Bai Muden. Miss Peony, take these spirit coins as the money for yesterday's wine. Yi Hao suddenly thought of something and took out a handful of spirit coins and handed them to Bai Muden. Chapter 856. Young master, there's no need for that. Seeing Yi Hao take out the spirit coins, Bai Muden hurriedly refused. Since it's for you, take it. Just treat it as money for the imperial drunken wine. I think it should be enough. In Yi Hao's opinion, the imperial drunken wine should be expensive as well. And spirit coins were not bad to him. After all, he had obtained so many spirit coins in the divine sect. If one were to ask him what he lacked the most now, it would be spirit coins. Since he had drunk Bai Muden's wine, he naturally could not drink it for free. He still had to pay for it. Thank you, young master, but this is too much. I can't use it. Bai Muden looked at the dozen or so spirit coins. They were all high-grade spirit coins. If they were exchanged for low-grade spirit coins, it would be more than 100,000. As for his imperial drunken wine, although it was expensive, he could not use it. It was more than 100,000 low-grade spirit coins. Take it. If there's a chance, I'll visit your restaurant again. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he directly left the restaurant. Bai Muden stood in front of the window and looked at Yi Hao's back as he left. He muttered in his heart, you must pay attention to your safety. You guys take good care of the restaurant. I want to brew wine. After Bai Muden finished speaking to the maids, he also left the restaurant. There were still 3 days before the Hidden Emperor's secret realm opened. Originally, Yi Hao thought that there was plenty of time. However, when he was on the road, he realized that there might not be enough time at all. Yi Hao analyzed that if he traveled during the day and rested at night, he would not be able to make it to the Hidden Emperor's secret realm in time. Therefore, Yi Hao had no choice but to continue traveling at night. On the 3rd day, Yi Hao checked the map and found that they were almost at the buried king's secret realm. Who's there? Suddenly, 2 people appeared and blocked his path. If you don't want to die, leave this place quickly. The 2 of them looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and one of them said disdainfully. Seeing the two of them, Yi Hao could not help but frown. Who are you people? Why won't you let me pass? The buried king's secret realm was right in front of him. He had already traveled for 2 days and 2 nights. How could he give up now? Moreover, the attitude of these two people made him very unhappy, but he still asked patiently. He was also curious as to why these two people were stopping him. Trash, why do you have so much nonsense to say? Hurry up and leave this place, do you hear me? If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll kill you. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't leave and instead continued to question them, the two of them were even more displeased. Idiots. Yi Hao sneered when he heard their conversation. They were merely 2 sixth-order demon emperors, yet they dared to be so condescending and arrogant. What did you say? Trash, you're courting death. The two obviously did not expect Yi Hao to call them idiots. Then, the two of them drew their weapons and charged at Yi Hao. When Yi Hao saw that the two of them were about to kill him, his gaze turned cold. You're courting death. With his current cultivation base, killing a 6th-order demon emperor was as easy as crushing an ant. Seeing that the two of them actually overestimated themselves and attacked him, Yi Hao naturally would not be merciful. He immediately threw out 2 punches, smashing towards the two men's faces. The two of them didn't even have the chance to react in front of Yi Hao and were sent flying. Bang! Bang! The 2 corpses smashed into 2 ancient trees. The 2 towering trees collapsed with a loud bang. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th-order demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th-order demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience point. What a bunch of trash. Yi Hao heard the prompt in his mind and looked at the 2 corpses in disdain. Because the experience points that the two of them contributed was not as good as a cup of emperor's intoxication. After dealing with the two of them, Yi Hao continued to rush to the buried king's secret realm. But Yi Hao was on guard all along in his heart. After all, these two people who suddenly appeared to block the road must have been arranged by someone. Finally arrived. Before long, Yi Hao saw a group of people. If he did not guess wrongly, these people should be here for the buried king's secret realm. And Yi Hao's sudden appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention too. Why is there still someone coming? Furthermore, it's a 1st-order demon emperor trash. Didn't the Black Sword sect's people send people to seal off the various intersections? Maybe he slipped in and didn't bump into the Black Sword sect's people. That's true too. This Emperor Fall Devil Forest is so big. There are roads in all directions. How can it be completely sealed off? These people were all in groups of 3 to 5, distributed in various positions. At this moment, many people were looking at Yi Hao and discussing. But the majority looked at Yi Hao's cultivation and did not take Yi Hao seriously. Why is there still someone coming? Didn't I send people to seal off the various intersections? Right at this moment, a group of people who were wearing the same clothes as the 2 people who blocked Yi Hao said with a dissatisfied look. Senior Brother Wang, this Emperor Fall Devil Forest is so big. Moreover, we sent out insufficient manpower. It's completely normal for a rotten fish to accidentally barge in. That's right. If Senior Brother Wang doesn't like this person, we can just kill him. How can we let this person disturb Senior Brother Wang's mood? Men, kill that kid. Right at this moment, the people around the young man all started talking at the same time. When Wang Xingyu heard the crowd's words, he nodded in satisfaction and revealed a smile on his face. I didn't expect to meet the Black Sword sect's people here. Yi Hao looked at the 2 young men who were walking towards him and could not help but sneer. His memory of the Black Sword sect was still fresh in his mind. When he had just entered this ancient demon domain, he had destroyed the Wang family in the Castle of the Kings. The eldest young master of the Wang family had joined the Black Sword sect because he had seized the Bai family's resources. Later on, the eldest young master had sent people to avenge the Wang family. However, they had also been killed by Yi Hao. Although he had been on guard against the Black Sword sect taking revenge at any time, there had been no news of the Black Sword sect later on. He had not expected to meet the Black Sword sect again here. What he had not expected was that the Black Sword sect's people were actually so rude and unreasonable. In order to prevent others from entering the hidden monarch secret realm, they had even sent people to block the road. Yi Hao looked at the two people who were walking towards him with arrogant looks on their faces. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. "Kid, you're unlucky to have disturbed senior brother Wang's mood. So, do you want to do it yourself or do we? If you do it yourself, you might be able to suffer some pain. However, if we do it ourselves, that might not be the case." The two of them walked up to Yi Hao and threatened him. "I didn't expect the Black Sword sect's people to be so overbearing. Looks like this kid is about to die. This kid is really unlucky. What can he do?" Chapter 857. Those who were besieging Yi Hao were discussing indifferently. Obviously, they were not used to this scene. At this moment, all of them were looking at Yi Hao with the intention of watching a show. "Are the people of the Black Sword sect all idiots?" Yi Hao said disdainfully when he saw the two arrogant people. "What did he say? It seems that he doesn't want to live anymore. How dare he scold the people of the Black Sword sect? I didn't expect him to be so bold." The onlookers were obviously shocked by Yi Hao's words. "How dare you scold the Black Sword sect? You're courting death." Wang Xingyu shouted angrily when he heard Yi Hao's words. "Senior brother Wang, don't be angry. Leave this reckless trash to us. Go to hell, boy." The two disciples who were close to Yi Hao were also furious at this moment. Hearing Wang Xingyu's angry shout, they attacked Yi Hao directly. At this moment, they used all their skills just to perform well in front of Wang Xingyu. Wang Xingyu was the favorite disciple of the Black Sword sect. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. "I told you that you're idiots. Don't overestimate yourselves." Looking at the two disciples who were rushing towards him, Yi Hao moved directly. In order not to expose his strength too much, it was better to keep a trump card. After all, there were too many people here. Thus, Yi Hao did not kill the two of them directly. Instead, he purposely fought with the two of them for a few rounds before killing them. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a level 6 Demon Emperor expert. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a level 7 Demon Emperor expert. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience point. Even if Yi Hao hid his strength, it still surprised the onlookers. "I didn't expect this boy to hide his strength. He must have hidden his strength. If he didn't, how could he kill the two disciples of the Black Sword sect? Look at the fight between this boy and the two disciples of the Black Sword sect. His strength is estimated to be at level 8 Demon Emperor, 8th Order Devil Emperor. This kid's strength is not bad, but it's unfortunate that he provoked the Black Sword sect. No matter what, the people of the Black Sword sect will definitely not let him off today. You're courting death." Wang Xingyu was even more furious when he saw his two followers killed by Yi Hao. Wang Xingyu drew his weapon and was about to attack Yi Hao. At the same time, his aura was revealed. Sensing Wang Xingyu's cultivation, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with fear and apprehension. "This is a first-order demon venerable. I never thought that the Black Sword sect would have such a genius disciple. Even the number 1 genius of the Tianyuan Academy, Chu Feng, is only SOSO. Many people looked at Wang Xingyu in shock. When Wang Xingyu heard the discussions around him, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Brat, you will become my, Wang Xingyu's, stepping stone." Wang Xingyu sneered in his heart. He wanted to show off his strength in front of everyone. As for killing Yi Hao with overwhelming power, in his opinion, it was clearly the best choice. Seeing Wang Xingyu make his move, Yi Hao couldn't help but frown because Wang Xingyu was a first-order demon venerable. If he wanted to kill Wang Xingyu, he would have to use some tricks. For example, the explosion of spirit coins or the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire. However, there were too many people here. He didn't want to reveal these two trump cards. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Looking at Wang Xingyu's smug face, Yi Hao prepared to summon the heavenly yin spirit. Yi Hao believed that with the heavenly yin spirit's strength, killing Wang Xingyu wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, everyone was watching with rapt attention. They wanted to see how strong Wang Xingyu was as a first-order demon venerable. Senior brother Wang, do your best. Kill that brat. Senior brother Wang, avenge those two junior brothers. Senior brother Wang, let this brat know who is the real idiot. Senior brother Wang, let him know that the dignity of our Black Sword sect is not to be violated and provoked. Seeing Wang Xingyu make his move, Wang Xingyu's followers shouted one after another. Rumble. However, at this moment, the ground began to tremble. Everyone immediately looked around vigilantly. It seems like the buried king's secret territory has opened. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. On the other hand, Wang Xingyu frowned and stopped attacking Yi Hao. After all, in his eyes, the buried king's secret territory was the most important thing. He could kill Yi Hao at any time. The ground trembled for more than 10 seconds and suddenly, the ground split open neatly. When the dust settled, a stone staircase that led straight to the ground appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone was excited and nervous. Everyone looked at the stone staircase and wanted to be the first to rush down and obtain the treasures inside. However, no one dared to do so. After all, no one knew if there was any danger below. The atmosphere was in a deadlock for an instant. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to take the first step. Come, let's go in first. Wang Xingyu suddenly said. After Wang Xingyu finished speaking, he stepped onto the stone staircase. The people that Wang Xingyu brought with him immediately followed him. When the others saw Wang Xingyu bring people in, they immediately became anxious. They were afraid that the things inside would be obtained by Wang Xingyu. One by one, they immediately followed. Yi Hao looked at everyone. They all looked anxious as they entered the buried king's secret territory. However, he was not anxious at all. This was because he knew that the buried king's secret territory was definitely not that easy to obtain. Therefore, there was no benefit in rushing in now. Heavenly Yin Spirit, go down and take a look first. Yi Hao summoned the Heavenly Yin Spirit and prepared to let the Heavenly Yin Spirit explore the path for him. The Heavenly Yin Spirit received Yi Hao's order and immediately entered the buried king's secret territory. As for the previously noisy Emperor Fall Devil Forest, it immediately quieted down. Close to 100 people had all entered the buried king's secret territory. Only Yi Hao alone remained above. After more than an hour, the Heavenly Yin Spirit returned to Yi Hao's side. Not bad. Some information appeared in Yi Hao's mind. Naturally, it was transmitted to him by the Heavenly Yin Spirit's thoughts. Yi Hao was not stingy with his praise. Yi Hao also stepped onto the stone staircase and began to walk down. After entering the cave, it was not as dark as imagined. He saw that there were many luminous pearls on the walls. At this moment, they were shining and illuminating the entire tunnel. After walking for a short distance, he saw that the ground was covered with poisonous arrows and all kinds of hidden weapons. There were also several corpses. Yi Hao's footsteps began to move continuously on the ground. It looked like there was no order to it at all. However, Yi Hao continued to walk forward steadily. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened to him. If the people who had just entered saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Chapter 858. This was because when everyone walked past this place, they were met with a hail of bullets. Hidden weapons would fly out from everywhere. In order to avoid the hidden weapons, everyone was in a sorry state. Every one of them tried their best. Even so, there were still many casualties. How could there be anyone like Yi Hao who could walk so casually without using any hidden weapons? Actually, one shouldn't be fooled by Yi Hao's messy and disorderly gait. It was as if he was just walking around randomly. However, this was a route that was analyzed by the Heavenly Yin Spirit. Yi Hao walked for about 4 to 5 minutes before he finally saw a light in front of him. From the beginning to the end, not a single hidden weapon flew out. Yi Hao knew that he had passed the first stage of the buried king's secret realm. He walked to the end and saw a cave entrance. Yi Hao stepped out of the cave entrance and saw a square in front of him. The square was close to 1,000 square meters. Logically speaking, it was already amazing that there was such a place underground. However, it was a piece of cake for powerful martial artists, not to mention martial artists who were more powerful than martial artists. Yi Hao's appearance naturally attracted many people's attention. "Brat, your dog life is pretty tenacious, to actually not die yet." Wang Xingyu could not help being somewhat surprised when he saw Yi Hao appear. This kid is only a level 1 demon emperor. How could he reach here? It seems that this kid is quite lucky. However, the tunnel is so scary. This kid is quite capable to be able to reach here. Everyone looked at Yi Hao and couldn't help but talk about it. "Bastard, I'll give you a chance to live now. Walk over." Wang Xingyu suddenly pointed at Yi Hao and said. Yi Hao just realized that everyone was standing at the edge of the square. On the other hand, the square was completely empty. Everything was there. The reason why everyone was standing there was because they didn't dare to move forward. It was because they were frightened by the tunnel. Now, they looked at the square with fear and were afraid of danger. "That's right. Let this kid explore the way first. Grand young Master Wang, you are indeed smart. Why didn't we think of this before? Senior brother, this is a good idea. I admire you." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Wang Xingyu's words, and they all laughed. "These people are trying to use me as a tool." Yi Hao's expression turned cold when he heard what the people around him said. However, after taking a look at the square, Yi Hao suddenly revealed a smile. If he guessed correctly, this square was the test to the next level. As for what the test was, he wasn't too sure. "All right, young Master Wang. How do you think I should get there?" Yi Hao looked at Wang Xingyu and asked as he walked towards Wang Xingyu. However, Wang Xingyu obviously didn't take Yi Hao seriously. He couldn't help but snort proudly. "You know what's good for you. You can just walk along this path." Wang Xingyu pointed across the square and said, "Haha, I thought this kid was tough. Isn't he still submitting to senior brother Wang now? That brat has always been like this. How could he have angered senior brother Wang? It's just that I don't know if that brat will be lucky enough to survive." When Wang Xingyu's followers heard what Yi Hao said, they couldn't help but look at Yi Hao mockingly. They sneered in their hearts. Yi Hao looked at Wang Xingyu with a smug expression. He sneered in his heart and suddenly kicked out. "Young Master Wang, may I ask if this is how I should go?" This kick of Yi Hao's could be said to have used all of his strength. Wang Xingyu obviously didn't expect Yi Hao to kick him. Hence, Yi Hao's kick landed squarely on Wang Xingyu's buttocks. As Wang Xingyu wasn't prepared, he couldn't react in time and was sent flying. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Wang Xingyu felt that his buttocks were almost smashed. Before he landed on the ground, he shouted angrily, "Senior brother." Wang Xingyu's followers were shocked when they saw Wang Xingyu being sent flying. They immediately called out anxiously. As for the rest of the onlookers, they were stunned when they saw Yi Hao's mocking expression. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be so bold as to kick Wang Xingyu. However, although everyone was shocked, they still turned their gazes to Wang Xingyu. This was because they also wanted to know what would happen when Wang Xingyu landed on the square. However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Xingyu suddenly disappeared when he landed on the square. "Hey! Where did he go? Why is he gone? Senior brother? What's going on?" Everyone panicked when they saw this scene. "Kid, you're courting death." Wang Xingyu was an important disciple of the Black Sword sect. If something happened to Wang Xingyu, they would be in deep trouble. Wang Xingyu disappeared because of Yi Hao. They naturally blamed Yi Hao for all the consequences. "Brothers, kill this brat." One of the Black Sword sect disciples suddenly opened his mouth and said. As soon as the Black Sword sect disciple finished speaking, the Black Sword sect disciples immediately surrounded Yi Hao. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, a figure suddenly moved to the center of the square and looked at the Black Sword sect disciples with disdain. When this person arrived at the square, he disappeared without a trace. A demon sovereign elite. Yi Hao could tell at a glance that this person was a demon sovereign elite. He hadn't guessed wrongly. There were many elites hidden in the crowd. After this person disappeared, a few more figures stepped into the square. I see. Yi Hao understood what was going on when he saw this scene. However, he hadn't expected that there would be so many elites hidden in the crowd. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, those people should all be demon sovereigns. I can't let these people get ahead of me. Yi Hao was also very curious about the hidden emperor's secret territory. If Wang Xingyu had been the only demon sovereign elite before, he wouldn't have cared. However, now that so many elites had appeared, he had no choice but to take it seriously. I don't have time to play with you now. Yi Hao looked at the Black Sword sect disciples rushing towards him and dodged them easily. Then, he sped towards the square. Bastard, where do you think you're going? The Black Sword sect disciples thought that Yi Hao was trying to escape, so they chased after him. When Yi Hao stepped into the center of the square, he suddenly felt his whole body become light. Yi Hao inadvertently saw a faint fluorescent light shining under his feet. I guessed right. There is a small transportation array here. When Yi Hao saw this fluorescent light, he was even more certain of his guess. Chapter 859. What's that sound? Yi Hao's first reaction was to step back immediately. At the same time, he looked in front of him and saw a wooden puppet attacking him. A first-order demon emperor puppet? Yi Hao sensed the puppet's aura and heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Hao looked around and saw that he was in a sealed space. In the entire space, there was only him and the puppet in front of him. They want me to fight with the puppet. Yi Hao immediately analyzed the situation. At this time, the puppet's attack was already in front of him. Yi Hao looked at the puppet in front of him and slapped it with the back of his hand. Bang! Whoosh! Under Yi Hao's slap, the puppet, which was majestic and powerful just a moment ago, was smashed into pieces. It was that simple, that easy. After all, he was an existence that could fight against a first-order demon venerable. A mere first-order demon emperor puppet was nothing in his eyes. At the moment when the puppet collapsed, a blinding light appeared. Yi Hao subconsciously closed his eyes. Although he closed his eyes, his consciousness was still on high alert and observing his surroundings. In just a moment, Yi Hao opened his eyes. This is herb field. Yi Hao looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. Poison Soul Immortal Orchid, 100 Illusion Ganoderma, Golden Spirit Ginseng, Lingji Mysterious Grass. Yi Hao looked at the herbs in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked. These herbs were all priceless treasures. Judging from their age, they were at least hundreds or thousands of years old. Is this really a secret realm for Atman body realm experts? Yi Hao couldn't help but feel doubtful. Because in his opinion, Atman body realm experts shouldn't be able to possess these treasures. Since I found out, I won't hold back. Yi Hao looked at the treasures and couldn't help but smile happily. As for Yi Hao, he did as he said and immediately began to gather all kinds of spiritual herbs. At first, Yi Hao was very careful, afraid that he would hurt these treasures. Even the roots were kept intact by Yi Hao. After all, the better the spirit grass was collected, the higher the medicinal value would be. These spiritual herbs had been growing for such a long time. It could be said that they had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. To Yi Hao, they were all treasures. These spiritual grasses were definitely priceless. After all, it was easy to find spiritual herbs in the ancient demon realm. However, it was not easy to find spiritual herbs of a certain age. However, in the end, Yi Hao's patience began to wear thin. He began to sweep the area and his speed increased. Even so, Yi Hao still took more than 2 hours to harvest. At this moment, there were nearly 10,000 spirit herbs lying in his space. Moreover, they were all spirit herbs that were hundreds or even thousands of years old. Yi Hao looked at the empty medicinal valley and could not help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Even if he didn't get anything else, just these spiritual herbs were enough to make this trip worth it. This was because as long as he took out these spirit herbs, countless people would fight for them. Something is wrong. At this moment, Yi Hao's face suddenly froze. He squatted down and began to look at the ground. This is Looking at the ground, Yi Hao's face became more serious. His face was filled with disbelief and then ecstasy. Sacred land of spiritual herbs. It's really the sacred land of spiritual herbs. I was wondering how these spirit herbs could grow so well. At this moment, Yi Hao was so excited that he could not calm down. This was because the sacred land of spiritual herbs was a kind of heaven and earth treasure. Moreover, it was a very rare heaven and earth treasure. Moreover, the sacred land of spiritual herbs was regarded as a holy object by the alchemists. Any alchemist would go crazy if they could get a little bit of the sacred land of spiritual herbs. Even if they were not alchemists, they would be eager to get their hands on the sacred land of spiritual herbs. This was because the sacred land of spiritual herbs had a very powerful function. That was to increase the survival rate of the spirit herbs and increase their growth by several times. This also meant that it could greatly shorten the growth time of the spirit herbs. This was definitely something that defied the natural order. Moreover, the sacred land of spiritual herbs had only appeared in the ancient books. Even in the ancient books, it was recorded that the sacred land of spiritual herbs was very rare. Moreover, every time it appeared, it would be in very small quantities. It was a treasure that could only be found by chance. However, Yi Hao looked at the spiritual herb garden and realized that it was at least 1,000 square meters. Yi Hao's eyes were filled with ecstasy. How many sacred land of spiritual herbs will there be? This time, we're really rich. In Yi Hao's opinion, the value of the sacred land of spiritual herbs was definitely far beyond the value of the spirit herbs that they had obtained previously. After all, the spirit herbs would be used up when they were used up. However, the sacred land of spiritual herbs could be used continuously and could continuously cultivate spirit herbs. How could Yi Hao let go of such a treasure when he had encountered it? Next, Yi Hao made a shocking move. He took out a huge sword and began to strike the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground was smashed into pieces. However, the ground that was smashed into pieces quickly recovered. This was how miraculous the sacred land of spiritual herbs was. Yi Hao took the opportunity to put the scattered sacred land of spiritual herbs into the infinite space. In a short while, Yi Hao had collected more than half of the sacred land of spiritual herbs in the entire Medicine Valley. Although the sacred land of spiritual herbs covered the entire Medicine Valley, it was only 1 meter deep. But in Yi Hao's opinion, he was already very satisfied. Because according to the ancient books, the sacred land of spiritual herbs that appeared in the ancient demon's realm was less than 1% of the sacred land of spiritual herbs here. Although striking the sacred land of spiritual herbs had greatly reduced Yi Hao's physical strength, Yi Hao still enjoyed it. If there was enough sacred land of spiritual herbs, he would be willing to dig for it for a year. After all, this was a treasure that countless powerful warriors and top alchemists wanted but could not get their hands on. Whoosh tilde just as Yi Hao was still digging for the sacred land of spiritual herbs, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Hao. This voice was naturally Wang Xingyu's. When Wang Xingyu saw Yi Hao, he was obviously very surprised. How can it be? How can you be here? And how can you be so fast? Wang Xingyu was shocked and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Yi Hao obviously did not expect Wang Xingyu to appear at this critical moment. Yi Hao saw that Wang Xingyu was panting and his clothes were a little messy. One look and he knew that he had just been through a battle. Wang Xingyu looked at Yi Hao in shock because he had been kicked by Yi Hao earlier. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong appeared in a sealed secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber was a first-order demon venerable puppet. One had to know that he had suffered a lot in the battle with this puppet. It took him a lot of effort to kill the puppet. At this thought, Wang Xingyu remembered that Yi Hao had kicked his butt. Instantly, his eyes burned with murderous rage. Chapter 860. Yi Hao frowned and couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, Wang Xingyu was already here. If he delayed any longer, more people would definitely appear. If those people appeared, they would definitely fight for the spiritual grass sacred land. Hence, he had to make the best use of his time and try to collect all the spiritual grass sacred land before those people appeared. Hence, Yi Hao couldn't be bothered with Wang Xingyu and continued to dig the spiritual grass sacred land. When Wang Xingyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but mock, "Are you crazy? You're actually digging? Idiot." Yi Hao heard Wang Xingyu's words and couldn't help but look at him in disdain. When Yi Hao heard Wang Xingyu's words, he could tell that Wang Xingyu didn't recognize the spiritual grass sacred land. However, if Wang Xingyu knew that this was the spiritual grass sacred land and its effect, he wasn't sure if he would still be able to laugh. When Wang Xingyu heard Yi Hao calling him an idiot, he couldn't help but raise his sword and slash at Yi Hao angrily. However, Yi Hao couldn't be bothered with him at all. He was only focused on collecting the spiritual grass sacred land. Boom! As Yi Hao dodged, Wang Xingyu's attack directly hit the ground, causing dust to fly up. Ha ha ha, thank you. Seeing the dust flying up, Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. He kept all the spiritual grass sacred land that Wang Xingyu had sent flying into the space. You! Wang Xingyu was even more furious. He was furious that Yi Hao didn't take him seriously and was still collecting the spiritual grass sacred land. To him, this was the greatest disregard. This made Wang Xingyu feel that he was worse than a pile of dirt. This made the furious Wang Xingyu start to use his martial techniques. However, Yi Hao wasn't in the mood to fight with him and kept dodging. Most of Wang Xingyu's attacks landed on the ground. This greatly increased the speed at which Yi Hao collected the spiritual grass sacred land. Bastard, don't run if you dare. Fight me. Wang Xingyu bellowed angrily as he watched Yi Hao's back. Come on, come on. You're too weak. Yi Hao continued to provoke Wang Xingyu when he heard Wang Xingyu's roar. After all, this was the sacred land of spiritual grasses. It would take a lot of effort to dig it out. However, with Wang Xingyu's continuous attacks, he did not need to dig up the sacred land of spiritual herbs. Instead, he could directly store them into the system storage. It didn't take long for him to dig up almost 2/3 of the entire Medicine Valley's sacred land of spiritual herbs. What Wang Xingyu didn't expect was that Yi Hao still dared to provoke him. His eyes were filled with anger as he roared, "Bastard, if I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human." Wang Xingyu's attacks were like they were free, landing on the ground non-stop. You really are trash. If I don't fight back, you can't even attack me. Did you not eat? Your attacks are so weak. Could it be that these are the disciples of the Black Sword sect? As expected, they are all trash. The entire Medicine Valley was filled with Yi Hao's provocative voice. This ignited Wang Xingyu's anger. At this moment, only Yi Hao was left in Wang Xingyu's eyes. Wang Xingyu only wanted to kill the ant in front of him who was provoking him so that he could vent the hatred in his heart. Yi Hao continued to provoke Wang Xingyu while happily collecting the sacred land of spiritual herbs. Done. After a while, all the sacred land of spiritual herbs in the Medicine Valley was stored into the system storage by Yi Hao. Yi Hao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and clap his hands at the same time. Yi Hao glanced at Wang Xingyu, took out a few spirit coins, and threw them at Wang Xingyu. As for you, die. Bastard, you finally stopped running. Go to hell. Wang Xingyu's eyes were filled with ecstasy when he saw that Yi Hao had stopped running. I'm afraid you'll be the one to die. Yi Hao sneered when he saw that Wang Xingyu didn't even dodge the spirit coins in order to attack him. Something's not right. At first, Wang Xingyu saw that Yi Hao had only thrown a few spirit coins at him, so he didn't care at all. But now that the spirit coins were close to him, he felt a dangerous aura from the spirit coins. Rumble. But before he could retreat, the spirit coins suddenly exploded. Wang Xingyu was in the center of the spirit coins and naturally received the full impact of the spirit coins. Black sword armor, save me. Wang Xingyu immediately activated the spiritual weapon on his body. This was a demon honorable supreme grade spiritual weapon, and it was given to him by the sect leader to save his life. This black sword armor could be said to have saved him countless times, and at the same time, saved him from danger countless times. But this time, it was destined to be useless. This was because the demon honorable supreme grade armor could at most burst out with the defensive power of a peak demon honorable. It could withstand the attack of a peak demon honorable expert. But the explosive power of Yi Hao's spirit coins was enough to kill any peak demon honorable expert. Moreover, as Wang Xingyu was only a rank 1 demon honorable, he couldn't unleash the power of the armor at all. Therefore, the black sword armor was instantly shattered by the explosion of the spirit coins, and Wang Xingyu's internal organs were shattered by the explosion. His body was dripping with blood and he was only left with half a breath. "I, Black Sword Sect, will not let you go." Wang Xingyu looked at Yi Hao unwillingly and said intermittently. He was very unwilling. He didn't expect Yi Hao to have such a powerful move. And he was very unwilling to die just like that. After all, with his talent, he was so powerful and dazzling in the Black Sword Sect. Moreover, he was valued by the sect leader. It could be said that his future was boundless and his future achievements would be very dazzling. How could he be willing to die just like that? But he had no choice because he could clearly feel that his vitality was dissipating. "You are courting death. If you didn't find trouble with me, how could you be like this?" Yi Hao looked at Wang Xingyu coldly and then turned to leave. Originally, Yi Hao felt that this medicine valley was sealed, but because of the spirit coins just now, the power of the explosion, it had actually caused a crack to appear on one of the walls. Yi Hao walked to the front of the wall and realized that it was also a stone wall. Upon closer inspection, he could see that there was a stone door on the stone wall. "Break!" Yi Hao roared. He gathered his strength and attacked the stone door. Crash! Suddenly, countless fragments fell from the stone wall, but the stone door was safe and sound. "It's really hard." Looking at the stone door in front of him, which was not damaged at all, Yi Hao couldn't help but start searching. Because in his opinion, this stone door was so hard that there must be a mechanism to open it. Could it be this? Yi Hao searched for a long time before he saw a small protruding stone on the opposite stone wall. Seeing this stone, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, he wasn't sure if any hidden weapons would shoot out if he touched this stone. Chapter 861. I can't care about that anymore. Yi Hao looked at the sealed medicine valley. If he didn't do this, he probably wouldn't have any other way to get out. Yi Hao walked to the side. Of course, he wouldn't be so stupid as to touch that stone with his hand. Yi Hao took out a spirit stone and threw it out. It accurately hit that small stone protruding from the wall. Crack! There was the sound of a switch being hit and the spirit stone fell to the ground. The stone protruding from the wall had sunk into the wall. Rumble! At this moment, the wall with the stone door suddenly shook violently. The entire stone door was caving in. Yi Hao wasn't surprised to see this. At the same time, he didn't dare to be careless. Whoosh tilde at this moment, a long arrow suddenly shot out from behind the stone door. Yi Hao, on the other hand, seemed to have been prepared as he immediately dodged to the side. Bang tilde, the long arrow flew past Yi Hao's ear and into the stone wall opposite him. If Yi Hao didn't react in time and was hit by the long arrow, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the stone door had disappeared and a hole the size of 2 people appeared. Yi Hao waited for a while and saw that there was no movement. Then, he leaped into the hole. This is a martial arts arena. After Yi Hao stepped into the hole and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because in front of him was a huge martial arts arena. If you want my legacy, then enter the martial arts arena. Only one person can survive until the end. Yi Hao shifted his gaze toward a huge white flag in the middle of the ring. The words were written on the flag in a voluminous manner. Doesn't that mean that I have to kill all those people? Yi Hao didn't expect the owner of this arcane realm to be so cruel. This also meant that if Yi Hao wanted to leave this arcane realm, he had to kill everyone. And if Yi Hao didn't do that, then others would kill him. Yi Hao looked around and saw that there wasn't any exit. Even the hole that he came in from just now had disappeared. This meant that the owner of this arcane realm was definitely an expert in array formations. Although Yi Hao knew array formations in the past, that low-level array formation knowledge was only useful in the Infinite Land continent. In the ancient demon domain, he could still analyze a simple array formation or two. But for such an advanced array formation like the one in front of him, he was really helpless. This is Wang Xingyu's corpse. At this moment, many figures appeared in the Medicine Valley. These figures' eyes were all on Wang Xingyu's body. Who is it? How can he be so fast and even killed Wang Xingyu's? Look, there's a hole over there. I think the person who killed Wang Xingyu's S inside. Wang's SSSD. Everyone looked at Wang Xingyu's corpse with a solemn expression. Everyone T to TS to T at T how? Could it be that you killed Wang Xingyu? Wang Xingyu was a first-order demon venerable powerhouse. How did you do it? Everyone saw Yi Hao in the ring the moment they passed through the hole. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Hao like they were looking at a ghost. Because they had never taken Yi Hao seriously from the beginning to the end. They thought that Yi Hao had already been killed by Wang Xingyu's subordinates. But Yi Hao was the first to arrive here. That could only mean that Wang Xingyu was killed by Yi Hao. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with solemn faces. After all, Yi Hao could kill Wang Xingyu. That proved that Yi Hao was more powerful than Wang Xingyu. But there were also people who didn't take Yi Hao seriously. Instead, they stared at Yi Hao closely. Kid, did you find any treasure in that valley? Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Suddenly, someone looked at Yi Hao and asked. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that person's words. They all looked at Yi Hao greedily. After all, the valley was empty. They didn't believe that there was nothing in that valley. It was just an empty valley. There are treasures, but what if I give it to you? Yi Hao looked at these greedy people. None of them were weak, so he couldn't act rashly. Yi Hao looked at the crowd with a troubled expression. Kid, don't play tricks. Hand it over first. As for who it belongs to, it's none of your business. Someone said impatiently. All right then, take it. Yi Hao looked helpless. He then took out a bunch of spirit coins and threw them to the crowd. Kid, you tricked us. Everyone looked at Yi Hao and was furious when they saw the spirit coins he threw at them. What a joke. The fact that they were the first to arrive here proved that they were strong. All of them were demon sovereigns. Why would they care about a few spirit coins? Moreover, how would they believe that the treasure in the valley was only a few spirit coins? If Yi Hao didn't take them for fools, then what was he doing? Kid, what are you laughing at? Everyone looked at Yi Hao with a smile. They looked at Yi Hao in confusion. But what answered them was the bombardment of spirit coins. Rumble. 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 Spirit coins continued to explode in the crowd. What Yi Hao didn't expect was that killing these people was easier than killing Wang Xingyu. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing a second-order demon sovereign. Congratulations to host for obtaining 60,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing a third-order demon sovereign. Congratulations to host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing a third-order demon sovereign. Congratulations to host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing a fifth-order demon sovereign. Congratulations to host for obtaining 80,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for leveling up. Your current level is second-order demon sovereign. Haha. I finally leveled up. Yi Hao was surprised that he had leveled up. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing a second-order demon sovereign. Congratulations to host for obtaining 60,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for killing a fourth-order demon sovereign. Congratulations to host for obtaining 70,000 experience point. The system's voice rang a dozen times before it stopped. As for the people who had wanted to threaten him in the beginning, they were all dead. After killing these people, Yi Hao could only sit on the stage helplessly. After all, he couldn't leave. He could only wait for the others to arrive. I wonder if I can draw out the spiritual energy this time. Yi Hao was bored. Thinking that he had just broken through, he took out a spirit coin and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 862. There's actually a trace of loosening. Yi Hao was suddenly overjoyed. Because previously, he was completely helpless against the spiritual energy in the spirit coins and could not draw it out at all. But this time, he discovered that he could actually draw out some of the spiritual energy. Although it was only a trace, it was already an absolute improvement to him. To him, this was also a trace of hope. Dog, did you kill senior brother Wang Xingyu? At this moment, there was a sudden roar. Yi Hao heard the roar and could not help but frown, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Yi Hao could only open his eyes helplessly and look at the crowd that appeared. It was Wang Xingyu's followers. I killed him, what do you want? Yi Hao did not care about these people at all. After all, almost all the demon venerables who entered the mystic realm were killed by him. As for the rest of them, they were merely devil emperors. Senior brother, the situation doesn't seem right. Senior brother, look at the corpse on the ground. And this kid can kill senior brother Wang, his strength must be extraordinary. The crowd suddenly looked at the corpse on the ground and began to discuss. A look of regret instantly appeared on one of their faces. Ju Bo looked at Yi Hao with vigilance. When he saw Yi Hao's calm expression, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. After a moment, Ju Bo opened his mouth and said, Brother, we have misunderstood. It doesn't matter whether it's a misunderstanding or not. Yi Hao naturally knew what these people were thinking and could not help but wave his hand. I wonder what you mean by that. Ju Bo heard Yi Hao's words and looked at Yi Hao in confusion. That was because he could sense a dangerous aura from Yi Hao. Prepare for battle, Ju Bo said in a low voice to the people around him. And because everyone was a disciple of the Black Sword sect, now that Wang Xingyu was dead and Ju Bo was the strongest, everyone naturally listened to Ju Bo. Hearing Ju Bo's whisper, all of them looked at Yi Hao vigilantly, ready to attack Yi Hao at any time. Look at this white flag, you will naturally understand. Yi Hao saw that the crowd was ready to make a move at any moment, so he ignored them and pointed to the white flag behind him. Because everyone's attention was on Yi Hao, they didn't look at the words on the white flag. When everyone heard what Yi Hao said, they immediately turned their gazes to the white flag. When the crowd saw the words on the white flag, their faces instantly turned pale. Only one person can live. Ju Bo looked at the words on the white flag, and his body couldn't help but tremble. As for the rest of the people, they all stood far away, looking at each other with vigilant expressions. At the same time, they also looked around. There's no need to look. There's no exit here. Yi Hao looked at Ju Bo and the others, each of them looking lucky as he spoke. Yi Hao's words were like a sharp knife that cut through everyone's last shred of hope. Brothers, even if we die, we must kill this brat. Ju Bo knew that there was no way out, so he couldn't help but speak. However, everyone could tell that Ju Bo's voice was low, almost as if he was roaring. Okay. Hearing Ju Bo's words, the crowd immediately agreed. Do you think you're a match for me? Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the crowd was about to make a move. Brothers, don't listen to this brat. We have no way out. Even if we die, we can't let this brat have it easy. Ju Bo shouted and directly attacked Yi Hao. Ju Bo's strength was indeed not bad. The aura of the peak demon emperor cultivation burst out directly. When the rest of the people saw Ju Bo attacking, they didn't hesitate to attack him. All of you, go to hell. Yi Hao's body moved. He was too lazy to use spirit coins. He wanted to see how strong he was now. Raining sword. Yi Hao used a martial skill. The long sword in his hand stirred up waves of power and attacked the crowd. What a strong power! When the crowd sensed Yi Hao's power, their faces turned ghastly pale. Gale steps. Yi Hao suddenly increased his speed, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing at the crowd. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 3 Demon Emperor expert. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 experience point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 Demon Emperor expert. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 experience point. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing a rank 7 Demon Emperor expert. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience point. The crowd's attacks couldn't cause any harm to Yi Hao at all in the face of Yi Hao. They didn't have any strength to resist at all and fell at Yi Hao's feet. "No, spare me. I don't want to die." Ju Bo obviously didn't expect Yi Hao's strength to be so much more powerful than he had imagined. Ju Bo looked at the corpses on the ground. Now, only he and Yi Hao were left. Ju Bo immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Yi Hao didn't take Ju Bo's begging seriously at all. After all, showing mercy to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. "Bastard, go to hell." Ju Bo had been planning to launch a sneak attack on Yi Hao since the beginning. After all, he couldn't defeat Yi Hao with his strength. Therefore, he had to resort to this method. After all, only one person could survive in this place. He had to take the risk and kill Yi Hao even if he had to risk his life. But who would have thought that Yi Hao would be on guard against his sneak attack? Seeing Ju Bo rushing towards him with a dagger in his hand, Yi Hao couldn't help but snort coldly, "You're courting death." Raining sword. Yi Hao directly pierced Ju Bo's throat with his sword. "You." Ju Bo was unwilling to give up. He didn't expect that his sneak attack on Yi Hao would be discovered by Yi Hao in advance. "Idiot." Yi Hao kicked Ju Bo away. After all, with his rich combat experience, how could he not deal with such a small sneak attack? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a peak demon emperor expert. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 experience points. What's going on here? Right after Yi Hao killed Ju Bo, another figure appeared in this place. As soon as this person appeared, he saw the corpses all over the ground. Then, he saw Yi Hao, who was holding a long sword. Without saying anything, he directly attacked Yi Hao. After all, meeting in such an environment meant that all the people one met were enemies. Yi Hao didn't expect this person to be so quick. This made him happy. After all, this saved him a lot of effort. After this person appeared, many more people appeared one after another. These people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the corpses on the ground. Then, they looked at the battle and looked at Bai Qi. Everyone realized that Yi Hao was quite strong. Therefore, Yi Hao became the target of everyone's attacks in an instant. "Kid, no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand the attacks of so many people. This kid is too strong. Let's work harder and kill him first. If we don't kill him first, none of us will have any hope of getting out alive." Everyone shouted as they attacked. Chapter 863. What does this kid mean? Does he still have a backup plan? Brothers, don't bother about him. If we don't kill him, we won't have a chance to live. Let's kill him first. That's right, kill him. Only people like us will have a chance to live. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, many of them had a trace of fear. However, when they thought of how powerful Yi Hao was, if they didn't kill Yi Hao, they would definitely die. Thus, everyone unleashed all of their abilities in order to kill Yi Hao. 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. Yi Hao summoned the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire directly. What is that? Could it be a mystical fire? No, the mystical fire is extremely powerful. Kill him quickly. When the crowd saw the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire, many of them knew that it wouldn't be easy to deal with it. However, their reaction was destined to be one step too late. When the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire appeared, it turned into a fireball and flew towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire landed on the crowd. "Ah, no, it's burning me. No, let me go. Ah, save me." Only when the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire landed on their bodies did they realize how powerful the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire was. Everyone couldn't help but use their martial strength to resist the corrosion of the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. One by one, they begged for mercy, but it was to no avail. In a short moment, everyone was buried under the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-order demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 experience point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a third-order demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th Order Demon Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 experience point. As the crowd turned into ashes, the system prompt sounded in Yi Hao's mind. Rumble. Just when everyone was dead, the white flag in the middle of the arena suddenly fell towards the ground. Yi Hao immediately looked at this scene with vigilance. Just as the flag disappeared, a stone platform suddenly rose up from the side of the flag. Yi Hao looked at the stone platform and immediately walked over. He found a jade slip and a ring on it. Yi Hao immediately picked up the jade slip and checked it. Congratulations, fated person. You've become the Tsenpo's successor. I've studied martial arts thoroughly all my life, but I was framed by my enemy as soon as I became a spiritualist, causing me to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. But in my life, I also have a certain level of attainment in formations and alchemy. I don't want these things to disappear for nothing, so this old man hopes that you can inherit them. My things are all in the spatial ring, and I'll give them to you now. Of course, if you want to inherit my things, it won't be that easy. First, you have to leave the secret realm. This jade slip contains the method to leave the secret realm. You have to study it thoroughly, otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Immediately, some information appeared in Yi Hao's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 turns confusion formation. Do you wish to comprehend it? Yes. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Hao immediately replied. Following that, information about the 9 turns confusion formation appeared in Yi Hao's mind. So the exit is here. Because he had comprehended the 9 turns confusion formation, Yi Hao was temporarily unable to set it up. However, he could still see the exit of the 9 turns confusion formation with a single glance. And this exit? It was at the location of the stone platform. Open for me. A smile appeared on Yi Hao's face as he walked to the side of the stone platform and directly punched it. Following that, a dazzling light flashed on the stone platform. When Yi Hao opened his eyes and looked again, he discovered that he had already appeared in the Emperor Fallen Devil Forest. And the place he was standing at was the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at the power of the 9 turns confusion formation. At the same time, he admired the Tsenpo's attainments in array formations. Just by setting up the formation underground, he could make a demon venerable expert feel as if he was inside. This was enough to make him feel admiration. If it were anyone else, even if they knew a little about array formations, it wouldn't be so easy for them to come out of the 9 turns confusion formation. After all, the 9 turns confusion formation was too mysterious. Normal people would want to understand the information left in the jade slip by the Tsenpo. It would be impossible to figure out the exit of the 9 turns confusion formation without a year or so. In fact, this was also the Tsenpo's test to see if his successor had the talent to become an array inscriber. After all, if he couldn't even find the exit of the 9 turns confusion formation, it could only mean that this person's talent in inscribing arrays was average. The Tsenpo naturally didn't want to see his inheritance humiliated. Therefore, those who couldn't find the exit would be trapped in the secret realm, waiting for the fated person below to continue entering. But who asked Yi Hao to have the system, such a heaven-defying existence? Just by reading the information of the 9 turns confusion formation in the jade slip once, he could completely comprehend the 9 turns confusion formation. If the Tsenpo were to find out about this, he would probably be shocked. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration of the Tsenpo's secret realm. Congratulations to the host for increasing the level reward by 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a permanent summoning quota for the Demon Emperor. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 3 Demon Emperor. Haha, another level up. Yi Hao couldn't help but be delighted when he heard the notification that he had completed the mission. What does this kid mean? Does he have a backup plan? Brothers, don't bother about him. If we don't kill him, we won't have a chance to live. Kill him first. That's right, kill him. Only then will we have a chance to live. When the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, many of them showed a trace of fear. But when they thought of how powerful Yi Hao was, if they didn't kill Yi Hao, they would definitely die. Thus, everyone unleashed all of their abilities in order to kill Yi Hao. 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. Yi Hao directly summoned the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. What is this? Could this be a strange fire? No, the strange fire is incomparably powerful. Quickly kill him. When the crowd saw the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire appear, many of them knew that the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire was not easy to deal with. But when the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire appeared, it turned into fireballs and flew towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire landed on the crowd. Ah, no, it's burning me to death. No, let me go. Ah, save me. Only when the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire landed on their bodies did they realize how powerful the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire was. Everyone couldn't help but circulate their martial power to resist the corrosion of the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire, but it was useless. In a short moment, everyone was buried under the 10,000 Beast Spiritual Fire. Chapter 864. Yi Hao glared angrily at the newcomer. It was a plump middle-aged man. At this moment, a powerful force pressed down on Yi Hao's body. The middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Hao and asked, "Brat, did you come out from the buried king's secret territory?" Kang Yuanjing was a third-order demon emperor. He was fortunate enough to comprehend spiritual energy and become a true demon emperor. Although he had comprehended spiritual energy, it was extremely difficult to transform his dantian into a spiritual palace and possess spiritual energy. Moreover, he had no cultivation technique. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to continue to step into the Atman body realm. Who knew that the heavens would bless him and let him know about the buried king's secret territory? When he rushed over, the buried king's secret territory had already closed. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he chose to stay and wait for the rabbit to appear. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would come? So what if I am and so what if I am not? Yi Hao looked at Kang Yuanjing and prepared to summon Sun Shangxiang. Brat, don't court death. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the treasures you obtained. Kang Yuanjing pressed down on Yi Hao with an even stronger force. At this moment, Kang Yuanjing did not put Yi Hao in his eyes at all. After all, Yi Hao's cultivation was only a third-order demon emperor. In his eyes, it was easier than crushing an ant. However, he was also shocked. He did not expect that Yi Hao, a mere third-order demon emperor, could come out from the buried king's secret territory. "Kill him for me," Yi Hao suddenly said. "What did you say?" Kang Yuanjing was stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words. "How dare you hurt my lord? You're really courting death." Suddenly, Kang Yuanjing heard a woman's voice behind him. When Kang Yuanjing heard this voice, his heart skipped a beat. He did not notice that there was someone behind him. "Let me catch you first." When Kang Yuanjing heard Sun Shangxiang shouting Yi Hao's name, he immediately stretched out his hand to grab Yi Hao. "Dog thief, you dare." Sun Shangxiang did not expect that Kang Yuanjing would grab towards Yi Hao and could not help shouting anxiously, "Gale steps." Yi Hao also did not expect that Kang Yuanjing was actually so smart, knowing to capture the ringleader first. If he was caught by Kang Yuanjing, Sun Shangxiang would definitely not dare to make a move. Yi Hao understood that he absolutely could not be caught by Kang Yuanjing. Hence, Yi Hao decided to use wind steps. Of course, his speed was comparable to a third-order demon venerable. But compared to a third-order demon emperor's speed, it was akin to the speed of a turtle. 10,000 Beasts Spirit Fire, Heavenly Yin Spirit. Yi Hao immediately summoned the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire and smashed it at Kang Yuanjing. Deviant Flame. Kang Yuanjing did not expect Yi Hao to possess a deviant flame. His expression immediately changed. As a demon emperor, he naturally knew how powerful deviant flames were. However, he also knew that although the heavenly flame was powerful, the power it unleashed was closely related to its master. Kang Yuanjing looked at Yi Hao's strength. He was merely a third-order devil emperor. Hence, although he was wary of the deviant flame, he did not put it in his eyes. After all, compared to the menacing Sun Shangxiang behind him, he could still tell which was more important. Even if he suffered serious injuries, he had to capture Yi Hao. What the hell is this? Although Kang Yuanjing ignored the exceptional flame, when he looked at the heavenly yin spirit behind the exceptional flame, he actually sensed a dangerous aura coming from it. I don't care anymore. Kang Yuanjing gritted his teeth and decided to ignore the heavenly yin spirit. However, the facts proved that Kang Yuanjing was absolutely wrong. One must know that the heavenly yin spirit's strength was comparable to a demon emperor. Although the heavenly yin spirit's strength was not as strong as a third-order demon emperor, it could easily stop Kang Yuanjing. Ah! What the hell is this? Kang Yuanjing was hit by the heavenly yin spirit. His body was injured and he couldn't help but scream. Die for me! Kang Yuanjing was furious. He slashed at the heavenly yin spirit with his saber. A powerful force crushed the heavenly yin spirit. Although the heavenly yin spirit did not have a physical body, it suffered such a powerful attack. It did not feel good. The heavenly yin spirit was sent flying backward. At the same time, its color dimmed and it showed signs of collapsing. Bastard, where are you running to? Kang Yuanjing moved quickly and was about to catch Yi Hao. However, because he attacked the heavenly yin spirit, he was delayed for a while. Sun Shangxiang had already caught up with him. How dare you hurt my master? You're courting death. Sun Shangxiang had a bow and arrow on her waist. However, she could not use it at such a close distance. Moreover, Kang Yuanjing was so close to Yi Hao. If she hurt Yi Hao, it would be too late for regret. Therefore, Sun Shangxiang could only use her long sword to stab at Kang Yuanjing's back. Although it was a simple stab, it contained the power of a fiend emperor powerhouse. Even Kang Yuanjing sensed the terrifying power behind him. Kang Yuanjing knew that Sun Shangxiang's strength was definitely above his. Just as Kang Yuanjing was about to grab Yi Hao, his body suddenly stopped. Kang Yuanjing could not help but groan as he immediately lowered his head to look at his chest. He saw the cold tip of a sword appear on his chest. Who the hell are you? I can't accept this. Kang Yuanjing's entire body was weak. However, he stared at Yi Hao and roared angrily. He originally thought that discovering the Tsenpo mystic realm was an opportunity for him to rise. However, he did not expect to meet Yi Hao. It was one thing to meet Yi Hao, but the main thing was, how could Yi Hao have such a powerful subordinate? Kang Yuanjing knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. However, no matter how many times there was no way to start over. Kang Yuanjing died unwillingly as his corpse fell to the ground. Sigh, what a pity. Yi Hao looked at Kang Yuanjing's corpse and could not help but feel a little regretful. After all, this was a demon emperor-level powerhouse. He would definitely gain a lot of experience. However, Yi Hao also knew that time was tight just now. Sun Shangxiang could only do that. If he had not killed Kang Yuanjing in time, the consequences would have been very serious. Sun Shangxiang knelt on the ground valiantly and said respectfully to Yi Hao, "Your subordinate greets the Lord. Your subordinate came late to save you. Please punish me. Get up. I still have to thank you for saving my life." Yi Hao looked at Sun Shangxiang kneeling on the ground and could not help but say, "Thank you, Lord." After receiving Yi Hao's order, Sun Shangxiang immediately stood up and stood beside Yi Hao. "Let's go. Let's leave this place first." Yi Hao walked to Kang Yuanjing's side and at the same time, took off Kang Yuanjing's interspatial ring. After all, Kang Yuanjing was a demon emperor-level powerhouse. No matter how strong he was, he still had some things from before. Chapter 865. Just as Yi Hao finished speaking, Sun Shangxiang's voice sounded, "My lord, I can feel that there are several powerful auras rushing over here. Let's leave quickly." Yi Hao knew that those who could make Sun Shangxiang say that they were powerful were at least demon overlords and above. After receiving Yi Hao's order, the two of them quickly left. As for the heavenly yin spirit, it returned to Yi Hao's body to recuperate. Actually, the heavenly yin spirit was also very depressed at this moment. After all, It had just awakened not long ago. Just when it could show off its fist, it was almost seriously injured by Kang Yuanzheng. Sun Shangxiang, help me find demonic beasts. I want to hunt them. Yi Hao ordered Sun Shangxiang after they were far away from the Tsenpo's secret realm. After all, with Sun Shangxiang's peak demon overlord cultivation, it would be much easier for him to find demonic beasts. Since he had come to the Emperor Fall Demon Forest, there was no need to return so early. He wanted to make use of the remaining time to improve his cultivation. Yi Hao and Sun Shangxiang were walking quickly in the Emperor Fall Demon Forest when Sun Shangxiang suddenly said, "My lord, there is a peak demon overlord demonic beast in front." Peak demon overlord demonic beast. Forget it. No matter how small a fly is, it's still meat. Come, let's go. Originally, Yi Hao was not interested in demon overlord demonic beasts. After all, even if he killed a peak demon overlord demonic beast, he wouldn't be able to gain much experience. But since this demonic beast had delivered itself to his door, he didn't want to waste it. The two of them didn't walk far before they saw a hyena-shaped demonic beast eating the corpse of a demonic beast. The appearance of Yi Hao and Sun Shangxiang naturally attracted the hyena's attention. The hyena stopped and stared at the two of them. Saliva actually flowed out of its mouth. 10,000 beast spirit fire. Although the hyena's eyes were fierce, Yi Hao was too lazy to make a move. He directly summoned the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Roar. When the hyena saw the 10,000 beast spirit fire, its eyes were filled with fear. Then, it let out a low roar of fear. The hyena magical beast was not confident at all. When it saw the 10,000 beast spirit fire, it turned around and tried to escape. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Yi Hao couldn't help but sneer when he saw how fast the magical beasts were escaping. And under his control, the 10,000 beast spirit fire continued to chase after the demonic beast. Boom! Suddenly, the 10,000 beast spirit fire sped up and smashed onto the body of the demonic beast. The demonic beast was instantly engulfed by the flames. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for killing a demonic emperor pinnacle demonic beast. Congratulations to host for gaining 10,000 experience point. Let's go. Let's continue. With this appetizer, Yi Hao continued to walk forward. Sun Shangxiang followed closely behind Yi Hao, protecting Yi Hao's safety while helping Yi Hao search for magical beasts. My lord, there is a demonic beast at the pinnacle of the Demon Emperor realm in front of us. My lord, there is a Class 1 Demonic Emperor demonic beast in front. My lord, there is a Class 2 Demonic Emperor demonic beast in front. Sun Shangxiang continued to speak. But from the beginning to the end, Sun Shangxiang did not make a move again. Yi Hao dealt with them all by himself. This was also what Yi Hao had requested. He just happened to be using these magical beasts to temper himself. Unknowingly, a day passed by quickly. And after a day, many demonic emperor demonic beasts were killed, but the number of demonic emperor demonic beasts was pitifully small. Could it be that I haven't gone deep enough into the supreme demon forest? Yi Hao couldn't help but analyze. It seems that I have to go deeper tomorrow. After all, he couldn't get much experience points from killing demonic emperor demonic beasts. In his opinion, it was simply a waste of time. If he kept killing demonic emperor demonic beasts like this, then he really didn't know how long it would take for him to level up. At the same time, in the bedroom of Chenyuan Kingdom's second princess. How is it? How's the investigation? The second princess sat on a chair, her eyes slightly closed as she enjoyed the palace maid's massage. At the same time, she opened her mouth and asked. At the feet of the second princess, there was a guard kneeling at this moment. The guard looked at the second princess and answered carefully, reporting to Your Highness Second Princess, according to reliable news, that kid went to the Supreme Demon Forest. Supreme Demon Forest? What is he doing there? Is he courting death? The second princess frowned, her tone carrying some puzzlement. This subordinate really doesn't know. The guard looked troubled. Forget it, get lost. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared in the second princess's heart as she looked at the guard. Yes. When the guard heard the second princess's words, he immediately left respectfully. What the hell did this dog go to the Supreme Demon Forest for? Although the guard had left, the second princess did not interrupt him in the slightest. I don't know if that dog going to the Supreme Demon Forest has anything to do with that wretched girl. The second princess couldn't help but think of Zhao Ling. No matter what he went to do, I must not let that kid come back alive. The second princess suddenly opened her eyes, revealing killing intent. Father, tell me, what did that Yi Hao go to do? I heard that Yi Hao went to the Supreme Demon Forest. This can't be true, right? Imperial Father, I beg you, please tell me. In Emperor Tianyuan's bedchamber, Zhao Ling's anxious voice constantly sounded. One had to know that during the period of time that Yi Hao had left, it was as if she had been locked up in the palace. And this order was issued by Emperor Tianyuan, so without Emperor Tianyuan's order, she couldn't leave the palace at all. However, she had also heard some news, and that was that Yi Hao might have gone to the Supreme Demon Forest. She really couldn't understand why Yi Hao went to the Supreme Demon Forest. This made her heart filled with worry for Yi Hao. So he had no choice but to delay Emperor Tianyuan. If you have nothing else, go back and prepare for the martial arts competition in a few days. Emperor Tianyuan glanced at Zhao Ling and said. This was because he knew Zhao Ling's personality very well. If he told Zhao Ling that Yi Hao had gone to the Supreme Demon Forest, Zhao Ling would definitely disregard everything and look for Yi Hao. Therefore, for the sake of Zhao Ling's safety, he could only keep his mouth shut about anything related to Yi Hao. Imperial Father, please tell me, go back first. After a while, you will naturally know. Father, all right, I want to rest. You may leave. Zhao Ling wanted to say something, but seeing Emperor Tianyuan waving his hand, he could only turn around and leave helplessly. He mustn't go to the Supreme Demon Forest. Nothing must happen to him. Zhao Ling prayed in his mind as he walked back to the bedchamber. Ah, comfortable. After waking up in the morning, Yi Hao couldn't help but stretch. Master, you're awake. Seeing that Yi Hao was awake, Sun Shangxiang immediately greeted him. Get ready to continue hunting magical beast. Chapter 866. Duan Tianquan's eyes lit up as he stared at Sun Shangxiang. He had been in the Supreme Demon Forest for 2 or 3 months now. Given his lustful nature, this was simply torture for him. If it hadn't been for the opportunity to break through, he wouldn't have stayed in this godforsaken place. However, what he hadn't expected was that the heavens seemed to be looking after him. They knew that he needed a woman, so they had immediately sent him a beautiful woman. As Duan Tianquan sized up Sun Shangxiang, his heart burned even hotter. He couldn't wait to pounce on Sun Shangxiang. It seems like the heavens aren't unkind to me. They've sent me such a beautiful woman. Given Duan Tianquan's standards, ordinary women naturally wouldn't catch his eye. However, when he looked at Sun Shangxiang, he realized that she was definitely one of the best women he had ever seen. Duan Tianquan stared at Sun Shangxiang so infatuatedly that he actually swallowed his saliva. If you dare look around again, I will gouge your eyes out. Sun Shangxiang said icily as she glared at Duan Tianquan in disgust. Oh, you have quite a fiery temper. Do you know who I am? Duan Tianquan didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. He believed that as long as he revealed his identity, Sun Shangxiang would definitely take the initiative to give herself to him. He had done this many times in the past, and all those women had obediently thrown themselves into his arms. I don't want to know who you are. If you don't want to die, scram. Sun Shangxiang was afraid that Duan Tianquan would disturb Yi Hao's mood, so her voice became even colder. The more fiery your temper, the more I like it. I am the third prince of the Broken Dynasty. Duan Tianquan smiled as he revealed his identity. Then, he squinted at Sun Shangxiang. If Sun Shangxiang heard his identity, her attitude would definitely change immediately. Scram. What surprised him was that Sun Shangxiang was not moved by his identity at all. She said impatiently. Mph, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Duan Tianquan did not expect Sun Shangxiang to not give him any face. Men, Grab this woman and throw that brat out. Duan Tianchen shouted. Yes, Your Highness, the third prince. The guards brought by Duan Tianchen immediately rushed towards Sun Shangxiang. It was as if they were already used to this kind of thing, and it was a piece of cake for them. It was obvious that they had done this a lot. A middle-aged man behind Duan Tianchen shook his head. He had been with the Duan Tianchen for a long time, and he was satisfied with everything about the Duan Tianchen. His talent was not bad, and it was so deep that it was very possible for him to ascend the throne. However, Duan Tianchen's only flaw was that he was very lecherous, especially when he saw a woman. Duan Tianchen had done this kind of thing many times in the Duan Tianchen dynasty. Duan Tianchen had ravaged many of the beautiful young ladies in the Duan Tianchen dynasty, as well as the maidservants in the palace and the daughters of the ministers. However, Duan Tianchen's identity was there, so no one could do anything to him. However, the demon forest of the fallen emperor was no longer within the borders of the Duan Tianchen dynasty. Yi Hao had not expected that Duan Tianchen would still be so unscrupulous. However, when he first saw Sun Shangxiang, he couldn't help but marvel at Sun Shangxiang's beauty. Even he couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, he couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Sun Shangxiang would be ravaged by Duan Tianchen. Kill them. Yi Hao hadn't expected that someone would actually target his subordinates. When Yi Hao saw Duan Tianchen's appearance, he knew that he wasn't a good person. Therefore, Yi Hao wouldn't show any mercy to such a person. Yes, Master. Sun Shangxiang immediately moved and attacked Duan Tianchen's subordinates when he heard Yi Hao's words. Master. Duan Tianchen couldn't help but look at Yi Hao when he heard Sun Shangxiang's words. Why is she one of your people? If you know what's good for you, give this woman to me. Who knows, I might even spare your life. Bang, bang, bang. However, Yi Hao didn't answer him. What answered him was a series of banging sounds. You bastards, be gentle. Don't hurt my beauty. Duan Tianchen couldn't help but frown in dissatisfaction. Then, Duan Tianchen turned his head to look. His gaze froze. Duan Tianchen couldn't help but take a step back. His subordinates were all lying on the ground. He couldn't see if they were still breathing. Quick, take her down. Duan Tianchen saw that his subordinates were all killed by Sun Shangxiang. Naturally, he knew that Sun Shangxiang was extraordinary. Duan Tianchen immediately shouted at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Sun Shangxiang with a serious expression. The disdain on his face had completely disappeared. He didn't look down on Sun Shangxiang's attack. He had been paying attention to Duan Tianchen all this time. After all, his mission was to ensure that Duan Tianchen wouldn't be harmed. However, Sun Shangxiang had killed those people in a short period of time. This showed that Sun Shangxiang was extraordinary. After all, Duan Tianchen was a prince. The strength of his guards was naturally extraordinary. Half of those guards were in the Devil Emperor realm, and the other half were in the Devil Venerable realm. Could it be that she's a Devil Emperor? Impossible. The middle-aged man looked at Sun Shangxiang and couldn't help but guess in his heart. Then, he shook his head. He really couldn't believe that Sun Shangxiang was a Devil Emperor. Miss, don't you think you're a little too heavy-handed? The middle-aged man looked at Sun Shangxiang and said. Killing them is already too easy for them. Sun Shangxiang snorted coldly. You'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, when I take action, you'll suffer. The middle-aged man couldn't help but threaten her. And your subordinates killed His Highness's subordinates. How should we settle this matter? Then, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Hao. This was because he had also heard that Sun Shangxiang dared to call Yi Hao Lord. That meant that Sun Shangxiang was Yi Hao's subordinate. Then you can go down with them. When he heard the middle-aged man's words, Yi Hao couldn't help but look at Sun Shangxiang. Kill him. You're really overestimating yourself. You want me to take action? You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't know what was good for him, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be angry. The middle-aged man directly released his cultivation realm. The powerful aura of a third-order Devil Emperor instantly filled the entire space and pressed down on Sun Shangxiang and Yi Hao. "Ignorant fools, kneel down," the middle-aged man shouted angrily. He wanted to use the power of his aura to subdue Yi Hao and Sun Shangxiang. In his opinion, Yi Hao and Sun Shangxiang didn't need him to take action. Just the two of them were enough. Chapter 867. Courting Death. When Sun Shangxiang saw the middle-aged man release his power, he couldn't help but shout coldly. At the same time, Sun Shangxiang also released his aura. Boom! Sun Shangxiang's peak demon overlord aura instantly defeated the middle-aged man's power. And the middle-aged man didn't react at all and his entire body flew out. Demon. Peak demon overlord, how is this possible? The middle-aged man stood up from the ground and looked at Sun Shangxiang's aura. There was absolutely no mistake. The middle-aged man's face was filled with shock, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Sun Shangxiang could have peak demon overlord cultivation. That was peak demon overlord cultivation. Killing him was simply like playing around. Go to hell! Sun Shangxiang directly slapped a palm towards Duan Tianchen. Duan Tianchen also didn't expect that Sun Shangxiang was actually a demon overlord powerhouse. If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have done so. But at this moment, seeing that Sun Shangxiang was about to make a move, he immediately said anxiously, "You dare to kill me, I'm the third prince of Broken Dynasty. If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy of the entire Broken Dynasty." Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but stop and look at Yi Hao. After all, he was also afraid that killing Duan Tianchen would bring trouble to Yi Hao. Kill him. Since he dared to provoke him, Yi Hao didn't care whether Duan Tianchen was a prince or not. You dare. When Duan Tianchen heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately became anxious. But Sun Shangxiang's aura pressed down on his body, making him unable to move at all. Save me. Duan Tianchen anxiously looked at the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he was also extremely anxious in his heart. After all, if Duan Tianchen died, then he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. However, Sun Shangxiang was so strong, and his strength was above him. Even if he fought, he would not be a match for Sun Shangxiang. No, the third prince can't die in vain. I can't die in vain. Run. The middle-aged man made up his mind and turned around to flee. The middle-aged man was using all his strength. At the same time, he was constantly changing his escape route. After all, he was afraid that Yi Hao and Sun Shangxiang would catch up to him. Bastard, I'm going to wipe out your entire family. Duan Tianchen obviously didn't expect that the middle-aged man would abandon him. He turned around and fled. Duan Tianchen's face turned ashen as he cursed loudly. Chase after him. Yi Hao immediately ordered Sun Shangxiang when he saw that the middle-aged man was about to escape. After all, nurturing a tiger would only invite calamity. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. He could not let the tiger return to the mountain and wait for the middle-aged man to seek revenge. Yes. After receiving Yi Hao's order, Sun Shangxiang immediately gave up attacking Duan Tianchen and chased after the middle-aged man. Seeing that Sun Shangxiang had left, Duan Tianchen was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter. He was afraid of Sun Shangxiang. If he was not mistaken, Yi Hao's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor. His cultivation was at the 4th level of the Demon Emperor. Therefore, he didn't need to take Yi Hao seriously at all. Bastard, you asked for it. Duan Tianchen was furious when he thought of how he was frightened by Sun Shangxiang just now. Duan Tianchen clenched his fist and punched Yi Hao's face. Duan Tianchen's face was ferocious. He wanted to smash Yi Hao's head directly and let Yi Hao know how serious the consequences of provoking him were. Let me see how strong you are. Yi Hao was excited when he saw Duan Tianchen's attack. He was at the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor, which corresponded to the strength of the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor. Duan Tianchen's cultivation was at the 4th level of the Demon Emperor. He wanted to know the difference between his strength and Duan Tianchen's. Ha! Overconfident trash. Duan Tianchen didn't expect that Yi Hao would be so reckless and dare to fight him head-on. "I'll let you know what it means to be strong." Duan Tianchen gritted his teeth and was about to kill Yi Hao with a punch. Bang! In an instant, their fists collided. It looked like a simple punch, but a powerful force immediately spread in all directions. Several giant trees were instantly shattered into pieces by the impact of this power. Yi Hao couldn't help but retreat more than 10 steps, and a trace of redness appeared on his face. There is still a gap. Yi Hao felt the impact of Duan Tianchen's power, which made him retreat more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. Duan Tianchen, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back. Yi Hao was very dissatisfied with this. However, Duan Tianchen was completely shocked at this moment. How can he be at the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor? One must know that he also cultivated step by step from the Demon Emperor realm to the present. He naturally knew what the Demon Emperor realm's cultivation was like. However, he was sure that Yi Hao's real strength was definitely not just at the 3rd level of the Demon Emperor realm. After all, he was a 4th level Demon Emperor. With his strength, it was almost impossible to find a match among the 4th level Demon Emperors. However, Yi Hao only retreated more than 10 steps, and he even took 3 steps back. How could he not be shocked? No matter what, you have to die. Although he was shocked by Yi Hao's strength, Duan Tianchen could also see that Yi Hao's strength was not as good as his. Therefore, he had to kill Yi Hao as soon as possible and then turn around and run away. After all, he was always worried about when Sun Shangxiang would come back. One must know that with Sun Shangxiang's peak Demon Emperor cultivation, if he suddenly came back, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Bastard, go to hell. Thinking of this, Duan Tianchen attacked Yi Hao again. Trash, go to hell. Thinking that he was about to kill Yi Hao, Duan Tianchen's face showed excitement, and at the same time, he looked at Yi Hao mockingly. Yi Hao looked at Duan Tianchen with a face full of excitement and couldn't help but shake his head. "I won't play with you anymore." Since Yi Hao knew the difference between him and a 4th level Demon Emperor, he was no longer interested. 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Yi Hao directly summoned the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire and threw it at Duan Tianchen. What is this? Strange fire? Just as Duan Tianchen was about to rush in front of Yi Hao, he suddenly saw the fire in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. How could you have such a thing? As a prince, he had some understanding of strange fires. Naturally, he also knew how powerful strange fires were. "No, bastard, stop!" Duan Tianchen shouted loudly, and at the same time, desperately dodged. "I don't want to die, you can't kill me." Duan Tianchen's face was full of fear, and his voice was full of unwillingness. After all, he was a prince, how could he be willing to die here? Yi Hao ignored Duan Tianchen's shout, and instead, controlled the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire and threw it at Duan Tianchen. Duan Tianchen felt that the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire was getting closer and closer to him, and he could feel the scorching aura of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.